Format.
If you again so sleep is somewhere in here.
Maybe So किसी ऊपर ये लोग एक
ऑनलाइन उनने कुछ और नाम रखा हो तो भी नहीं पता।
Distinguished dignitaries and esteemed delegates, it's my privilege to be convener of this opening session of this national dialogue. This is an excellent opportunity and proud moment for all of us, wherein Padam Bhushan, Dr. R.S. Prodhaji is chairing, Dr. T. Mahapatraji, Honorable Secretary DARE and DG ICAR is the chief guest, and Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG Agriculture Extension is the host and one of the organizers. We have with us the renowned dignitaries and galaxy of stalwart on the dais and off the dais, which will deliberate with during next 2 days for their views, thoughts, and insights. To start, I take permission from the chair formally. To begin with the proceedings, let's first welcome the dignitaries on the dais for their graceful presence. We are looking forward to listen your words of wisdom on this important national dialogue on innovation in agriculture extension, a way forward. To welcome the chief guests, I request Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Deputy Director General Agriculture Extension, to present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. T. Mahapatra ji, Honorable Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, under whose leadership agriculture in the country is making incredible progress year by year and every year, setting new records in food production. I also request to welcome Padam Bhushan Dr. R.S. Prodhaji with a bouquet of flowers. Flowers are source of freshness, beauty, and fragrance. You are constant source of inspiration for entire scientific fraternity, sir. We welcome you. I request Dr. A.K. Singh ji to honor Professor Karim Maridia, Director International Program, Michigan State University, USA. Again, request Dr. A.K. Singh ji to welcome Dr. S.S. Sadamate ji, former Advisor Planning Commission. I request another host, Dr. Bhagmal ji, Secretary TAAS, to welcome Dr. A.K. Singh ji. Thank you very much, sir.
I request my colleague Dr. Umesh Srivastava to also welcome Dr. Rajbir
Oh,
Singh,
thank you.
who is the director of Atari in Ludhiana.
Okay, sir. Light is the ultimate source of energy, and universal symbol of truth, knowledge, and understanding. Lighting a lamp before a ceremony spread divine grace. Keeping this in mind, I invite dignitaries on the dais for lighting the lamp. I request the audience to put your hand together. Let's applause the event with loud clapping. Another round of applause. Lighting lamp exhibit how to rise upward and dispel darkness. Let the hall be full of positive energy and enthusiasm. Once again, a loud applause of. To start with, I take the opportunity to invite Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Deputy Director General Agriculture Extension, to formally welcome the dignitaries on the dais, and the delegates who are present here and who are connected virtually. Sir.
Respected Dr. R.S. Paroda ji, President TAAS, and also the chief host of this program, a guiding force for all of us in the agriculture research and extension arena of the country. Respected Dr. T. Mahapatra ji, Honorable Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, Dr. Karim Meridia, Director Institute Program, MSU, USA, Sri Avilas Lekhi ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture. I hope he might have joined now. Dr. V.B. Sadamte, who has been with the Planning Commission and all the time engaged in the extension programs. Dr. Rajbir Singh, Director Atari, and many distinguished, very senior colleagues. I can find Dr. Chandrasekhara, the DG Manage, and many more who are here. Dr. Tej Pratap ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor from Pantnagar Agriculture University, and many of the dignitaries from other countries, and colleagues from the NRS system institutes. I find some colleagues from CG systems also. I, on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and also on behalf of TAAS, welcome all of you. It has been a important occasion for all of us to host this program. Extension, we know that has been a kind of situation where it has to make a lot of firefighting. And I often say that extension is probably have to be more dynamic than the other systems, because the priorities and the requirements change every day. Assumptions are made and which doesn't, you can say, hold true, and we have to immediately change the entire course of action. And that's how the system has been over the time come to a stage where we find that in a country like us, the multi-agency extension system exists, largely by the public extension, some by the private, and also we find hands from the NGOs and other agencies which are joining with us. In the process, we find that a lot many innovations happen, and those innovations, some of them last for some time and some need change after some time, and we often keep on devising new modes of technology dissemination, and we have been quite successful in all those aspects. But challenges all the time remain if some new issue comes, and I hope that today's deliberations will be largely focusing on that. I will not take much time. I have to speak later on also. So I take this opportunity to welcome all of you, and especially our Secretary there and DG ICAR, under whose leadership Extension has made tremendous, you can say, strides. A lot many innovations have happened, and it has got the KVK system itself has got such a visibility, so that sometimes it finds that it's not able to cope the pressure, the kinds of demands which are coming all the time, because the system has shown that it can deliver at the ground level. I once again take the opportunity to welcome Dr. Paroda Saab, and he, after superannuation also, we find that all the time very actively engaged in all the spheres of agriculture development. Often we say that he is a breeder, but his passion remains all the time with all other disciplines, whether it's extension, whether it's education. Everywhere you will find that certain kinds of consultations happen, and we find a lot many, you can say, suggestions, strategies emerge, and those are implementable strategies emerge out of his discussions, very intense discussions, and then some points emerge. Government of India also acts on that. So I will not take much time. Thank you very much, each one of you who have joined here. But I find some of our very senior colleagues, they have joined online also. I came to know Professor R.B. Singh Saab has also joined. And maybe Madam Rita Sharma might have also joined. So I welcome all of you who are on the online virtual mode. And I hope that this deliberation will be quite fruitful for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. V.V. Sadamateji for setting the context of this national dialogue. Please.
Respected Paroda sir, Honorable Secretary Dear and DGIC Mahapatra sir, Dr. Karim, DDJ Extension, Additional Secretary Extension, I believe he had joined online. Friends from Michigan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, senior delegates in the audience. I may not take again individual names. DDJ Extension, Dr. Chandrasekhar, DG Manage, very senior Vice Chancellors and dear friends. At the outset, let me compliment TAAS, his chairman, and a very strong team, for organizing this event, and many, many thanks to you and your team, for giving me this opportunity. Agriculture performance, agriculture and allied sector performance of India is very impressive. 308 million tons of food grains and 325 million tons of horticulture production, 210 million tons of milk, fish, egg, etc. And here, besides other inputs, agricultural extension has also played a very, very important role. We are operating through various extension approaches and models, like research institutes carrying out extension work on a limited scale, research institute outlets in the form of Krishi Vigyan Kendras, farm science centers, development departments and development department outlets like agriculture technology management agencies. We have, a couple of other models carrying out the technology delivery function, like commodity boards, private sector, farmers organization, farmer cooperatives, NGOs, mass media, and now, ICT platforms and social media. However, we, when we started looking this subject matter of, innovations in agriculture extension and way forward, we thought of, why not look into the constraints known to, this learned audience. However, broadly, they can be, grouped into, 5-6 areas, like, systemic constraints, policy-related constraints, investment type of, limitations, manpower, extension infrastructure, linkage between research and extension, so on and so forth. We thought at one point of time that why not, look into the performance of the models and see, the kind of innovations they have, promoted. Because we thought of not, getting into, one model versus other model, but we thought that why not we pick up the innovations promoted by each one of them. And then we thought this is the right time, because a good number of innovations and extension models have, complete almost 2 decades, 3 decades of experience. We thought this is the right time to look into the enabling environment for these models to perform better, suitable program delivery mechanisms, empowering farmers, farm women and farm youth, market integration, and intensive use of ICT platforms and promoting more of what you call is the startups and entrepreneurships and partners and so on and so forth. If you kindly see our concept note, it speaks about how to capture these innovations and how to upscale them, to the extent possible. And here, Rajveerji, we got guidance from Dr. Parada sir and his team, especially Bhagmalji, Umeshji, and we thought of documenting these innovations in 7 or 8 broad areas, beginning with empowering farmers in the form of farmer organization, farmer producer companies, so on and so forth. Second thing which we have looked into is how to enhance the outreach of extension services, because the models per se, they are doing extremely well in a limited geography, but even you have to extend their outreach, then you have to have some innovations, and fortunately things are happening, like public-private partnerships are coming up. Then sectoral and area coverage is increasing in various models. Then chains of extension service providers are also being promoted by various models, so on and so forth. Third area, we thought of integrating public-private partnerships. And there, we have seen a good number of PPPs are coming up. Dealers and distributors are also being used, as an extension channel. Corporate social responsibility is also being captured. And, at a good number of places, paid extension services have also, moving in a positive way. For example, Maharashtra, you name a commodity and there is a farmer organization like Maha Mango, Maha Grape, Maha Banana, so on and so forth. Then next area which we looked into and documented a couple of good innovations is strengthening research and extension linkages. There are various linkage forums available at the national level, state level, regional level, even at the district level. We proposed, more number of, farmer-scientist interactions, then greater involvement of scientists where technology innovations are being promoted. Then, block and cluster level analysis, capturing them and, promoting through innovative extension approaches. The next area was training and capacity building. Thereafter, we tried to capture some innovations in priority setting and extension convergence at the block level or county level. We also tried to mention under the convergence category, scanning the block level and district level instruments which are available right now. Convergence of extension efforts by various extension service providers at the micro level, pooling extension resources, and moving on what we call it as a cluster level action plan or a block level action plan. Here, one point came that all these things are okay, pulling together, but unless we provide operational flexibility to these field level operations, perhaps that will be still inadequate. The next category is ICT and media management. And good number of things are happening, sir. IT reforms are coming up. Social media innovations are coming up in a big way. Farmer knowledge groups are being promoted. E-Chopper is a very classical example of that. App-based services are also being promoted by various farmer organization and farmer cooperatives in Maharashtra. And good number of entrepreneurs are also coming up, providing IT services and IT platforms, linking farmers on one side and markets on the other side. Paroda sir, classical example is Mr. Yogesh Thorat. I mentioned that name. Yogesh, you raise your hand. Sir, he is graduate from Manage. After coming out from Manage, he went to his village and started farmer producer company, 1 company, 2 company, 100 companies, 400 companies, now sir 700 companies, and turnover is 750 crores. Hardly said what, a 27-year-old man? Now, sir, these are the innovative, the bright spots we should be looking for in the next decade. The startups, the entrepreneurs, the partners, partnerships, so on and so forth. The next area which we have listed out is innovations and extension research. And here I have a submission to DG Manage, DDG Extension, Director Atari Rajvirji. Sir, physical sciences and biological sciences, they have laboratory backup to innovate. But in extension, perhaps that kind of loop is not available. Now, we have proposed, there's Ataris, Sametis, manage centers of excellence. They can be set our laboratories for innovating in extension. I have just 2 more minutes, Rajvirji. One is, even after listing out the innovations and documenting innovations, Paroda sir has mentioned that, Sadamate, what are the challenges in upscaling those innovations? Okay, you have A, B, C, D boxes of innovations, but how to upscale them and what kind of a policy environment support is needed from government, and what kind of policy support innovations are required from the state governments and even at the district and block level. That is the key. Otherwise, innovation itself may not make much of a ground. Said, finally, I must say that extension is a very complex subject. You have technologies on one side and various categories of farmers on other side, and linking these two is a big challenge. While looking forward, I submit that said, we have a DG sir with us, DDG Extension is with us, DG Manage is with us, Karim Saab and his team is with us. I personally feel that the important innovations let us try to pilot, experiment, and see that nationally, internationally they are promoted. I was discussing with Dr. Bhagmal yesterday that the next task would be to document these innovations, see national, international support, try them on a limited scale, and demonstrate to the extension fraternity that these are the areas where we can upscale, and that the government support required. In our concept note, we have mentioned about 50 innovations and about 10 O&M reforms. In fact, we do not want to get into the O&M reforms immediately, because then they clash with models. We do not want to get into that area. Chandrasekhar said, we want to promote the listed innovations on a limited scale. It should be a global kind of exercise across the models and across the production systems. Incoming presentations from DDJ Extension and DG Manage will throw more light on it. I just wanted to set these broad concerns which TAAS group and Sadamate thought that we should slit this and then carry forward our deliberations. Thank you, Rajviji. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You rightly said, on one side, we have policy issues, policy support, implementation, lack of investment, output per unit investment, extension infrastructure, pluralism in extension services. On the other hand, we have huge opportunities for ICTs and media management, linkage and partnership. Then innovative models, taking it to at higher level. Capacity building is very, very important in the and mainstreaming youth and farm women. Besides this, cooperation, coordination, and convergence. These are the key for the success of this endeavor. So now I request Professor Karim Meridia he is a Director International Program, Michigan State University. I will take a minute to introduce you, sir. Dr. Karim Meridia is a professor and senior associate to the dean in the College of Agriculture and Natural Resource at Michigan State University, US. He serves as the director of World Technology Access Program, which is a capacity building and technology transfer program of Michigan State University. He has worked in numerous international development projects. He has also served in CG institutes like CMET and contributed immensely to global agriculture development communities. He is currently serving on African Union high-level panel on emerging technology for Africa. He has served as a high-level advisor for the Community for Zero Hunger initiative in response to the United Nations call for 2020 CG and Zero Hunger objective. Please, we welcome Dr. Karim. Please come on the dais and share views.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Dr. Paroda, Dr. Mohapatra, Dr. Sadamate, Dr. Singh, and Director General of Manage here. First of all, I'm so happy to be here after 2.5 years. During the pandemic, we could not travel anywhere. My last trip actually was to India here, almost 2.5 years ago. So my name is Karim Meridia. I serve as a director of the international program in the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources at Michigan State University. I'm originally from India. I'm from a small village in North Gujarat. My parents were dairy farmers, so it's always an honor to be back here. I was born in Gujarat, but I studied in Maharashtra in Konkan Krishi Vidyapit, and then I left India. But India is always in my heart and my mind. And I think there's not a single year since I left that I've not come to India, so except the COVID pandemic. So it's an honor to be here. First of all, on behalf of the Dean and the leadership of the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources at Michigan State University, we want to thank Government of India, to ICAR, to TAAS, to Manage, and to all the institutions here, to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and others for inviting me and our director of our Michigan State University Extension, Dr. Quinton Tyler, who is here, who is sitting, he'll be giving a presentation. So we are honored to be here. This is the first visit for Dr. Quinton Tyler to India and to South Asia, and we are really honored to have them. When Dr. Abhilash Likhi from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare visited Michigan State University in October, one of the 4 or 5 key areas for future collaboration he identified was extension and strengthening extension. So we are honored to be there. And when Dr. Paroda called me that there will be a national dialogue here, I said, absolutely, yes, we will be here. And I'm grateful to Dr. Quinton Tyler to immediately accepting from his busy schedule to travel here. So even when we were going, I think we are the first 2 people out of this pandemic that we are really coming out of our college to come to India here. So we are honored. Michigan State University, I'm sure many of you have visited and also collaborated. We are a public land grant university in the United States. Each state in the United States has at least one land grant university. So we are the land grant university in the state of Michigan. And we have more than 50,000 students from over 100 countries, including India and the countries of South Asia. Currently, our College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, we are working with 63 countries around the world. And as a land grant university in the US, which are kind of equivalent to our state agricultural universities here, our mission is threefold: research, teaching and education, and extension. Now, the extension and outreach mission was designed originally for the state of Michigan, but that mission has expanded not only to all over the United States, but to all over the world. So in that context, it is great honor for Dr. Quinton Tyler and myself to be here. In 2017, in January, we visited Manage in Hyderabad. We were welcomed. And one of our strategy was to internationalize our extension program. Dr. Jeff Dwyer, the former director, came here, and that vision has continued. And in fact, Dr. Quinton Tyler is telling me, Karim, we need to expand this more. So this is it fits very well with our mission of global outreach. So in South Asia, Michigan State University is collaborating with 5 countries right now. We are working very closely with India. We are working with Sri Lanka. We are working with Bangladesh. We are working with Nepal. And we are working with Afghanistan. We put 18 young scholars from Afghanistan at Punjab Agriculture University and Haryana Agriculture University to pursue their master's and PhD program. Some of them are still there to revive their wheat sector. And we have collaborating MOUs with a number of institutions here in India. The prominent among those are our MOU with Indian Council of Agriculture Research. And I'm very grateful to Dr. Mohapatra that on December 26th, it was like a Christmas gift, you know. Our MOU was renewed for 5 more years. So we are grateful to you, Dr. Mohapatra. And then we have a number of MOUs here with state agriculture universities, with Manage, with number of public and private institutions. Now, MOUs are just one thing, right? It's a piece of paper signed. But our really goal is to impact the lives of the people here in South Asia, more than 1.7, 1.8 billion people. So we are really honored. And one of the things that many universities around the world, they talk about opening campus or physical building. Michigan State University, we have decided we will not open any campus. We will not open any building. We will partner with existing institutions here. And our approach is 3-pronged. Our approach is to have more institutional partnerships. Individual partnerships always go on, but create more institutional partnerships and create more long-term partnerships, not one workshop or one training program or one grant, more long-term partnerships. And then partnerships that bring multiple benefits, mutual benefits. So here in our partnership in India and South Asia, we are looking at not only working with India, but also how those partnerships can benefit the South Asia region, and also linking with Central Asia and Africa. Dr. Raj Paroda opened the doors for Michigan State University to come to Central Asia This was in 2005, and we worked there for 10 years. Similarly, through African Union agreement, we are working with 14 countries in Africa, and we have linked them with institutions in India. And also, one of the things that our leadership emphasizing is not only just programs, but it must lead to generating new knowledge and new scholarships. And I'm very happy that with our partnership with Manage, Michigan State University and Manage, we have brought out a new book on innovation in agriculture extension. And I would like to give this as a gift to ICAR Director General, Dr. Mohapatra. So this is a book freely available. It's on the website. And Dr. Tyler and I were at Manage, and we said we should revise this book, and maybe every chapter should have what are the lessons we learned during the pandemic in agriculture extension. I think no country stopped their extension. They continued, and there were so many innovations were brought. So we are looking forward to bringing this out as a second edition. So we have with us our collaborating partners from Sri Lanka, from Bangladesh and Nepal, Professor Mikuntan here from University of Jaffna. He did a marvelous work during the 30 years of civil war in terms of establishing home gardens for the displaced families, and tomorrow he's going to present. Dr. Hamid is here with us from the Ministry of Agriculture in Bangladesh. And then Dr. Arjun Shrestha is here. He is Director of Research and Extension at the prominent agriculture university in Nepal, the Agriculture and Forestry University. So hopefully, Dr. Mohapatra and Dr. Paroda and others, we can make this a more regional initiative and build the global knowledge partnerships here. So this is the mode we are working here. Please guide us how best we can serve India and the region here. So again, we are very grateful, and I hope we will have more interactive dialogue. And what we would like to see, in fact, Dr. Tyler and I were saying that maybe out of this dialogue, we should develop a concrete 3 to 5 year work plan and some action plan that we can all say, okay, every year we review the progress and we make an impact. So thank you again for inviting, and it's an honor and pleasure to be here. And I would like to request actually Dr. Tyler to come forward here and present this book to Dr. Mohapatra.
Thank you, Professor Khan. Rightly said, partnership and linking are very important, and the regional cooperation is the key, for way forward going into this. Now, this is a time we are eagerly waiting for the words of wisdom from our chief guest, Dr. T. Mohapatra ji, Honorable Secretary and DARE and DG ICAR, for his. I invite you, sir, for your opening address, please. एक मिनट चेक करना, विकी साहब बैठे। I request Sri Avilas Likhi ji, if he is available, connected virtually with us. Yep. Avilek Likhi ji is additional secretary in Ministry of Agriculture. Yeah. Avilax Likhi. Not connected. Sir, I request you to come on the dais and share your views and way forward for this national dialogue.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everybody. And Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman of this National Dialogue Program. In fact, not just this particular session, So he is the man behind the whole national dialogue. Many such deliberations at his behest and under his leadership, under his guidance, are being carried out here in India, and also very importantly involving the global leaders, partners, and in the process building partnerships. So we are grateful to you, sir, for being the leading light in the arena of agriculture, and also hand-holding each one of us in various ways. So I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome on my own personal behalf to Dr. Karim Marodia, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Sadamati, and many others of the dais, colleagues from other countries, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, also other colleagues from Michigan State University, colleagues from various other organizations, and particularly DG Manes, Dr. Chandrasekhar, and all of you, all vice chancellors, Dr. Narayan being here, Tej Pratap being here, Madam Rita Sharma, most likely online, Professor R.B. Singh, I'm told he's also online. There are several others. So first of all, a warm welcome to each one of you. And at the outset, let me profusely thank Dr. Paroda for conceiving this whole thing, and also bringing out a very good concept note on this national dialogue on innovations in agricultural extension. Dr. A.K. Singh and Dr. Sadamati and Dr. Karim have already given you quite a lot. I do not want to really give you a long lecture on this, but I would like to be brief. Certainly, agricultural revolutions do not happen in the lab alone. Agriculture revolution to happen, there has to be a very systematic transfer of technology from lab to land. So that is one way of looking at it, that an Honorable Prime Minister also very frequently emphasizing on strengthening this lab to land activity. So lab to land is important. All that which we develop, innovate, that should find way to reach the farmers' fields. Sooner it reaches, the faster the progress, and more quick is the advantage to the nation. And the national economy also gets rejuvenated in the process. Agriculture is important. Agriculture is important not only for food security, nutrition, better nutrition outcomes. In India, a country like India, and maybe other countries as well in South Asia, it's also a matter of livelihood security. So food security, nutrition, livelihood security, and in this part of the world, if you depend on agriculture for everything, so obviously your children's education, the health of the family, and all that included in this concept of livelihood. So today, given the dimension of complexities that we have, how do we really promote it further? Agriculture certainly has performed very well in India and also in several other countries of the world. But still there are challenges and there are also opportunities. So how to really move? And this is one aspect which is being deliberated today, is the agriculture extension and managing agriculture extension, strengthening agriculture extension to address the issues of food security, nutrition, livelihood security, and also in the process, when you talk of livelihood security, the income security, and Honorable Prime Minister has given the call for doubling income of the farmers. A paradigm shift in our thinking process. So income security, the environmental security. So agriculture as a tool for environmental security, and agriculture not to endanger the kind of sustainability of food systems and the environmental parameters that we measure for environmental health and ecological sustainability. So agriculture can constructively play roles in all these. And so that's the reason why technology and its dissemination and its appropriate use would determine all these aspects which I said. So in isolation, we have been talking about income, because that's the most important part. And extension has been deployed and used primarily for enhancing production and the process enhancing the income. There are also concerns that even you increase production, income doesn't increase. So there are also concerns. So what should be our extension given all these dimensions? So this is the actual point which need to be really discussed. So what kind of extension, we have to really, follow. So there are international experts, and certainly they would be throwing light onto this. When I say, let me highlight just one point. Time is not there, so I have to go for another meeting. So I can't elaborate. But one point, if I have to say briefly in 1 or 2 minutes, that we want in this country sufficient production of oil seeds, and edible oil deficiency is there. What should be the extension model for promoting oil seeds? The demonstrations, the trials in the farmer's field, distributing seeds free, all these are methods which are in use and they are there already at the field level. But still they don't really make much dent. Little increase in area, little increase in production. And similarly, we are promoting large-scale millets as a healthy food. The area is declining rapidly. You keep highlighting their importance and you try to promote at the village level, take the technology, demonstrate all channels of extension given today, what is available, social media, this and that, what was talk, ICT, and use everything. It doesn't, the area declines. So extension plus extension needs something more than to be enabled to give results. So requires something else. Policy alone doesn't really work. So certainly policy dimension is another important point, and how, edible, but the pulses production increase in recent times, suggest this, that appropriate policy would be going hand in hand, with field extension And that would bring a very significant change. So policy and extension and new methods of extension, little twisting of what is going on. So that would work. Institutions are there, but institutions alone don't really deliver. So obviously convergence, often we try to compete. So we say, this institution does this, and I would repeat the whole thing and try to redo the whole thing. So instead of looking at the strength of institutions and trying to complement, so we try to compete and think of doing everything on our own. So probably that is another area which needs our attention, where we can converge, complement, and the process deliver better. So that's another way of looking at it. Niche area extension. What is that area and where and what is required in the context of one district, one product, which is being promoted by Government of India, which is being planned elaborately. So what is that is actually required in this context? So niche area extension is very, very important to be really planned, to be put in place, so that we promote something which is required and there is appropriate linkage. Mention was made about the farmer producer organizations, enabling farmers, empowering farmers and all that. But actually our extension is weak with regard to the post-production processes, marketing and linkages thereof. And that is where, our extension has to be strengthened. We need manpower, we need infrastructure, we need convergence, and also engagement of, private. So private extension and private support for extension, whether CSR or other, mechanisms, the private support for public extension, private engagement in extension itself. There are some examples, good examples. The country is so huge. They fall short of requirements, so little, contribution. Few thousand farmers, one small startup comes in and then start playing, some role. But how many startups would be required to cover the whole country if we say the startup-based extension takes place tomorrow? It's all precision agriculture in this country. So 42 million hectares of rice under startup agriculture and precision agriculture, and startups supporting the extension process. So, or it has to be intelligent and strategic integration of all the agencies and institutions and mechanisms which are already operating, and then redefining, repositioning, ourselves. Certainly technology would be there, technology use has to be there. Then, I believe this deliberation would help us to, find some of these, kind of novel ways. And I have not gone through the innovations in agricultural extension, which have been already compiled. And I believe it would be talking about many new pathways. So Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, so we should really analyze and then see that for the national system, where exact interventions are required. And if we can, as it was said, that MOUs are not for the sake of signing papers and claiming that we have a MOU, or for that matter, even such gatherings where deliberations happen and a lot of recommendations come out, but putting them all those into action. So practically, Dr. Paroda's efforts have been directed in this direction. Not only bringing out, in fact, writing to all concerned, and in fact, in the government, we get back those that what action you are taking. So we have to provide action taken report to the government, at a very high level. Even from Prime Minister's office, those latest those documents come back to us asking us that what action you have taken. So many of those, where we have gaps, so we initiate actions. So today would not be any exception. There are many other areas to talk about. and investment, public-private partnership, and convergence, and global partnership, including and then having human resource. So we don't have adequate human resource. The state machinery, activating the state machinery, is it required, or we should go for alternative methods of engaging youth, unemployed youth, and trained and skilled youth to carry out extension? Forget about state machineries. And how do we really do this? And so obviously the farmer organizations can drive this. And post-production scenario extension is almost lacking, and we have to really engage youth there in that. So without going to those details, I believe there would be deliberations, and many new ideas would be there on the table for us to again, re-examine, reassess ourselves. Always we claim we are doing very good in agriculture. We have, marketable surplus, and we are exporting. And last year, despite COVID, we exported, 41 billion US dollar, and this year, I'm told it is around 50 billion US dollar. So 50 billion US dollar, which is almost 20 billion more than what we import. So we are exporting. When we are producing, what kind of produce we have, whether it is safe, it can be exported to any country in the world without any restriction. All aspects need to be really examined. So extension, all comprehensive, depending on what is required, is so crucial. So I, without taking any more time, I have to say thank you very much for coming. Many have joined. And, last point is that extension often at times, I have seen, is a farmer driven. So farmer drive that technology to be taken to the field. And sometimes technology sells itself, extends itself. You and me have very little role in that. So technology, a disruptive and innovative technology, sells itself. So you don't have to go anywhere, just little bit of noise here and there, and it sells. These recent some wheat varieties which give about 8 tons, 9 tons in the farmer's field. That's the kind of technology, disruptive technologies, which just spreads, like wildfire. You and me and extension has no role to play, actually. There are many examples. I don't want to really go into those. And so innovation can sell itself, and certainly there will be a long queue to take the innovation, and then it will spread on its own. So, from farmer-driven, innovation-driven extension, and do you have such innovations to extend themselves, to spread themselves? So I think that's a field to really deliberate on. So thank you very much. Thank you, respected Paroda sir, for not only conceiving and organizing and arranging this. And certainly, always ICAR is ready to partner with the TAAS. And today we have Michigan University, State University with us. And it's a big force, big strength, and the manager is also there. And the government of India is, Ministry of Agriculture is there. So I'm sure we will have meaningful dialogue, and many recommendations implementable coming out of it. So I wish the program a grand success. Dr. A.K. Singh would be here from our side, and other ADG colleagues from Extension would be here to learn from all of you, so that we redefine ourselves, revise our strategy with regard to extension in this country, and more importantly, to work together. That's the message I would like to give. We are all open, so let's work together. And how we can build a program for South Asia. So as Dr. Karim alluded to this particular point, and how do we actually build a program for South Asia? Learn from each other's experience. We are a geography where we have poverty, malnutrition, and food deficiencies. All these are so rampant, widespread. So can we really join hands and work together to address these problems? Why not? And why, we should suffer? and my young colleague who has built several farmer producer organizations is there. We'll be learning from his experience. If one person can make such a big difference, if we can have 500 such people identified in this country, it will be a revolution. So I think there are many, many bright spots as it has been highlighted. So we will take lessons from all of you and then, work further to see that we in India and also South Asia as a whole progresses. So thank you very much and wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. A very nice way forward in the form of buzzwords, extension plus, extension policy dimensions, and then institutions, niche area extensions, private extension, capacity development of precision agriculture. So you have given many key words and key points which will be highlighting, and those will be your insight and vision will be translated into recommendations. Now, looking into the time, paucity of time, I request Padam Bhushan, Dr. R.S. Paroda ji, Chairman of TAAS, for his remarks on these occasions. Chairman's remarks. Your suggested pathway will help us in defining the pathway and way forward, sir. Please.
Our honorable chief guest today for this national dialogue, Dr. T. Mahapatra, Director General ICAR, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Sadamate, Dr. Karim Maredia, Dr. Rajbir Singh, Dr. Tej Pratap, Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. Vasal, many distinguished delegates from South Asian region, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, many colleagues from various KVKs and from ICR headquarters, many members of Trust for Advancement of Agriculture Sciences. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to also welcome on my own behalf and on behalf of the organizers. I think we have assembled for an important task, not to just have another dialogue for the sake of interaction and deliberations, but as Dr. Mahapatra, you had mentioned, we need to have some new directions. We have come a long way, and you very rightly said, first of all, let me thank you for sparing time. I know you have to go and you have a meeting with the minister right now, but still your presence here speaks the solidarity that you have with the not only the extension system, but with the farmers. And COVID has taught us very clearly that we have now to think differently, to conserve our natural resources, to provide better livelihood, and to also have a direction which is different than what we have been following in the past. Everywhere, right from the beginning, even when Global Conference on Agricultural Research for Development, which I had opportunity to organize in Montpellier and Uruguay, very clearly it came out that we have to have a paradigm shift from agriculture research for development to that of agriculture research innovations for development, which means innovation comes in between. You need to have an impact, and Dr. Mahapatra said, you need to have disruptive innovations, not only innovation. Therefore, we need to also think in extension, what is that we can do differently? Not a kind of routine effort. And Dr. Sadamate, our resource person, and again, very learned person and colleague, had given you a background why we have assembled today. But I would like to say that time has come that we need to revisit our extension system because extension is not the kind of what we had before, where it was, I would consider that was software extension, not hardware. Software in the sense you had miracle weeds, disruptive innovation, and you gave to the farmer. Farmer saw the result immediately and saw that the yield increases are there. So he adopted everything what you said. There was no hesitation. Now you are going to talk to him to conserve resources and still produce more. Would not be like that miracle which happened before in terms of its adoption. We were successful with mini kits. We were successful with training and visit system. We were also successful with the land lab to land program. So many of those things were a great success, and that led to green, and then later on white and also blue, and say rainbow revolution for horticultural crops. But now I am always reminded of what my wife had been challenging me all through. Being an extension specialist in microbiology, she would say that you breeder are very lucky. You give variety and farmer immediately will adopt. I go to the farmer and tell that you have to use this mycorrhiza or rhizobium culture. He is happy to follow the instructions, but at the end he asks us, where is the increase in yield, madam? You have wasted our time. So you need more lead time for this kind of approach, for that kind of NRM, and you require a different extension specialization. We can't have extension system in the public sector continue when you are talking to the farmers now. I happen to be the chairman of Haryana Farmers Commission. Dr. Dalal is sitting as secretary with me there. We had organized a meeting with all progressive farmers. And I said, you are all farmers from Green Revolution region. You have shown to the rest of the world what can be done. What is your demand? Their demand was, sir, firstly, you give us better knowledge. Don't give us subsidy. Knowledge to do things by which I can have better livelihood, and that livelihood which can attract my child not to go for something else than to be retained in agriculture. And second, if you cannot provide that, then give a job to my son. These were the clear. And when we started then talking about and having debate, this is the second dialogue of 2015, Dr. Mahapatra, you, Dr. A.K. Singh, we all jointly organized in the same hall when Honorable Minister that time was also present, and more than 300 people participated. Today also I see around 120 here and about 80 from outside, so 200 are still participating. I would say that time has come to have a relook and see as to what kind of information we can provide relating to whether it is conservation agriculture. If you give wrong message to the farmer and if there are dissemination losses, then that technology is not going to pick up. And I talked to policymakers, we had debate why conservation agriculture is not scaled. Then the policymaker asked me one question, that if this was technology like what we had of your dwarf wheat and rices, it would have picked up by now. Dr. Mahapatra, you please. It would have picked up by now, but if this is not very attractive to the farmer and if it is not picking, what we can do? Now, this is again a challenge for us. Challenge in the sense how to reach the end user and how to avoid dissemination loss. And in the public system, when you are now talking of diversification of agriculture, when you are talking of secondary agriculture, when you are talking of specialty agriculture, whether it is protected cultivation, whether it is fertigation, whether it is micro irrigation, whether it is also going in for new technologies like, mushroom production, or many of those can be talked about, then you require a different extension approach. I am a farmer for last almost after my superannuation from ICR. The parental land, I thought, why not put it to some good use? And I can tell you that even good planting material for fruit crops are not available. I wanted to have arid horticulture, and it is a challenge that to have a certified good virus-free planting material of any particular fruit crop that you want to grow is not easy task. So then what you have to do? Is it that everything government should do? Should we also provide the nursery and sapling to the farmers and produce them? I see there is a great role now for private extension. That's what I'm going to talk about today. Time has come, and I think today, let us try to think how can we strengthen private extension rather than doing everything ourselves. We know we have established best institutions, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, 721. ICR is, I think, perhaps the only organization, and I would say we are fortunate to have in each district one institutional mechanism, because when I talk to Borlaug, what you think are cradles of success of Green Revolution, he said, look here, one is policy support, second is institution, and third is human resource. So if you don't have institution, and if you don't have trained human resource, nothing would have happened, because it has not happened in Africa for last 15 years where I am working. So we have to appreciate that and understand that now these KVKs which are there can really train youth to become input provider, youth to become extension agent, youth to become entrepreneur. And that is the only way, and by which the youth will also be retained in agriculture. And if today, if I have to get my land cultivated, I don't hold tractor, but I just telephone and ask a young boy in the village, he come and on custom hire service will do the cultivation of your land, whatever you need, even for threshing. Similarly, for conservation agriculture, you don't have to buy each one the happy seeder, which costs and which you don't use for long. So I think time is short, much we will be discussing. I would not like to linger this session further, but I would like to say that let's think differently. And if they can take, now I also talk to many young people and many entrepreneurs went into, protected cultivation. We started encouraging protected cultivation in India, because if you have protected cultivation with less land, you can have much better income, even 10 times the income than what you otherwise can get from your small holdings. In that context, then people come forward, they try to have the protected houses erected, but then they don't know what is to do with solarization, what is to do with fertigation, what is to do with which seed to be planted at what time, and why seed, why not get saplings from somewhere, and why youth should not, like in Israel, I was there, they were, in the nurseries raising these saplings for flowers, and flowers were going to Netherlands. And I asked them, from where you get these saplings? They said, we get these saplings, the tissue cultured small plants from India, from Kerala. I was surprised that things can happen. Things are happening here, but now today we are the largest banana producer. And largest banana producer, how did we emerge? because of the best tissue cultured saplings provided by Jain irrigation to the extent of more than 1 crore in a year. So you need to, and example was also said about entrepreneur, many entrepreneurs we had discussed. We call it motivate and attract youth in agriculture. Now you cannot just say retain youth in agriculture. You cannot retain them unless they are motivated, unless they have good knowledge, unless they can earn better. And I talked to youth and they said, sir, I will be very happy to be in agriculture, but tell me, will I be able to send my children to the same school to which you are sending? And I think these are very important issues. These are to be, and that can only be done if we bring in the skill development. And I think institutions like Manage, we don't have to only train the people in the and tell me, I mean, how can you have extension in livestock, in extension and fishery? There is hardly any system. Extension and horticulture, very now, and then it is value addition. So it is not a small issue. It is holistic. And that's where now, if I have to do my, protection against, say, mango malformation, I do not know what to do. I am a farmer. And I do not know which, equipment I should use, how much water I should use, from where should I buy which particular pesticide, and whether it is already outdated, and then whether the effect is right and it is spread at right time. Now, if you have trained youth, they will learn and they will do the best job for you. There will be no dissemination loss. And how can you expect, say, extension people, whether they are in KVK or whether they are in government departments and having multifarious responsibilities and jobs, to also go and tell the farmers. And farmer needs right kind of input at the right time on his doorstep, right kind of knowledge at the right time to do operations. And it's not that they are not interested in investment. They would come forward, but they would require a new direction. And therefore, we came up with many experiments, I tell you, and the best extension system we will learn. I think from Michigan, Dr. Karim and Dr. Tyler would tell us that scientists have to go and work directly with the farmers there. So there is no dissemination loss. But there the farmers are only few in the terms of numbers. You can deal with them, 2%, 3% farmers. You can deal with them. Here you have 85% of farmers which are having small holdings, and out of, I would say millions of them. In that respect, I therefore see that we will have to think of, we started some innovations through NATP. I think Dr. A.K. Singh, you already have evaluated them. Institute Village Linkage Program. Why that was? Because the scientists working in an institution should meet the needs or demand of the entire village, whether they are growing wheat or they are raising a goat. And information on that can only come when all scientists from different disciplines form a team, depending on the requirement of those people. And that's the direct interface. And that was very successful. Also, we came up with the program like, ATIC. At every KVK, why not we have a shop of all whatever we are demonstrating, produce to be made available to the farmers. And we started with few, but we have to expand it to all the centers. And why not we have agri clinics at all KVKs created, so that we train and we train for better entrepreneurship. And I tell you, whenever you talk of any entrepreneurship by rural, mediocre people and farmers, they have got training from KVK. That's what is the benefit they have got. If the KVKs were not, they would have not possibly been able to. One lady which is today having about 100 crores of business in pickle making, started with her training in KVK, right in Gurgaon. And today I think she is the most popular and most decorated entrepreneur, and hiring about more than 1,000 people for her operations. There are many such examples, so I don't want to go into further details. I would only like to say that let us have brainstorming. Let us think out of box. Let us not only think whatever we have been doing had been right. We achieved, and no doubt if these institutions and these kinds of efforts would have not been there, probably we would have not been at a level where we are today. But then we need not be just sitting on the laurels of the past. We have to meet the challenges of the future, whether it is climate change, whether it is SDG, whether it is environmental sustainability, and farmers have to be helped to increase his income. And government is talking of doubling farmers' income. How can farmers' income can be doubled unless he is given the options and support and policy support and incentives for doing something different than what he had been doing? Whether it is agriculture diversification, whether it is relating to secondary agriculture. You go to Sonipat district, they're the maximum mushroom producing district today, but I don't think they got the knowledge from any government system. Whenever I talk to those mushroom producers, they learned themselves, and many entrepreneurs have learned by themselves by going abroad, by going to the best successful places. Even we have to show them. And when I took a train for the farmers, which was flagged by the chief minister that time in Chandigarh, to at least 10 institutions, when they came back, they said this was the best thing ever could have been happened, because seeing is believing. If you just show them something new and successes, then perhaps your message is all received well. So we have to think differently. We have to train youth. We have to work with them. We have to be master trainers. We have to be handholders. And we have to work as institutions to support this revolution. And therefore, we need to have innovation in agricultural extension. And what are those innovations? I hope by the end, when we conclude tomorrow, Dr. A.K. Singh, possibly there will be a clear roadmap. And as was said, maybe some action plan. So that we started with youth, and immediately in extension division, you have ARIA program. So a program started, a national level debate was organized, immediately a program on attracting rural youth in agriculture was initiated. We want to make it now Maya program. We need to motivate more. And we have to see that KVKs have done wonderful job. There's no doubt about it. But the point is, should we be happy and satisfied with what we have achieved and not to think something differently to make this institution, which doesn't otherwise happen anywhere else, and to make it more innovative and purposeful to serve the society, to make a difference for the smallholder, to have better livelihood, to have better environmental sustainability, and also to increase his income. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the word of wisdom, which are very precious. The pathway you describe are noted down and will be dissecting each point thoroughly and come out with suggestions as suggested by you and recommendation with practical proposition in the last session of this dialogue. So the organizer have assigned me the duty for formal vote of thanks. On behalf of the organizers and on behalf of all the delegates, we express our sincere gratitude to Padam Bhushan Dr. R.S. Parodaji for chairing this session diligently. Sir, you have been a source of inspiration for the entire scientific community. We are always looking for your guidance, your words of wisdom, which inspire us, and we are sure that you will continue to show us the right path with your thoughts and insights. We are very thankful to Dr. T. Mahapatra ji, Honorable Secretary Dare and DG ICAR for gracing the occasion as a chief guest of this program. Under his leadership, the frontline extension system of ICAR has been flourishing. We need your persistent support and guidance for further strengthening the extension system. Your remarks are very valuable for all of us, and we'll try our best to fulfill your aspirations and expectations. It's our privilege to thank immensely Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Deputy Director General Agriculture Extension ICAR and Agriculture Commissioner Government of India. Under your dynamic leadership, the frontline extension system of the country has grown tremendously, sir. Under your able guidance, we will thoroughly deliberate across these sessions in next 2 days to meet your expectation in framing the strategies and pathway of innovation in agriculture extension system. We are indeed thankful to Dr. Karim Meridia, who came all the way from US to address this gathering. It shows your commitment for betterment of the farmer community. You have been instrumental in designing capacity building program in several developing countries, and your expertise will be of immense importance at this point of time also. It's our pleasure to thank Dr. V.V. Sadamate for setting the context of this dialogue very lucidly. We are well aware about the immense contribution in extension system you have put on. We are very grateful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, particularly Dr. Tej Pratap ji, Dr. Chandrasekhar ji, DG Manes for their gracious presence. We are also thankful to ADGs Dr. VP Chehel and Dr. Randir Singh from Division of Extension, all the directors of ATARIs, directors of Extension Education from different state agriculture universities, head of KVKs across the states, scientists and PG students for participation in this important meet. My special thanks to Dr. Bhagmal ji for constant guidance and support. And sincere thanks to Simi, Dogra and other colleagues from TAAS and ATARIs for their untiring efforts to organize this program in a grand way. We are also very thankful to Professor R.B. Singh, Rita Sharma ji, Dr. R.P. Singh ji, who kindly graced this occasion physically as well as virtually. I thank everyone of you who are present here in this hall and who are connected virtually. Finally, I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to convene this session. Now we'll break for tea. But before that, I have two announcements. First is that we'll assemble for a group photograph just outside the hall. And after group photographs, we will break for 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, again, we'll join here for another very important technical session. Thank you very much. सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज गेट के बाहर आइए वहां फोटो विल गाइड
GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar. Earlier, Sir served as a Vice Chancellor at HPKVB Palampur, 2 terms, and SQAT Scotch Srinagar and APG Simla University Simla for 1 term each. He is an internationally renowned policy and strategy expert of mountain farming affairs and mountain agriculture. Sir, I welcome you in this important technical session. I also welcome key speaker of this important session, Dr. A.K. Singh, Deputy Director General, Extension, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Dr. P. Chandrasekharam, Director General, Manage Hyderabad, Dr. Quinton Tyler, Director Extension, Michigan State University, USA, and Dr. G. Nageshwar Rao, Director, Tropical Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur, who has joined virtually. I also welcome my convener colleagues, Dr. N. Balasubramani, Director Manage Hyderabad, who has joined online from Hyderabad, and Dr. P. Adiguru, Principal Scientist, Agriculture Extension. I welcome one and all in this important session and kindly request the co-chair to kindly conduct the session. Sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome, dear colleagues, on this first technical session. The morning inaugural session, all of us heard, and there were leads in that, and the leads were that everything was going good, something is going wrong, and we have to innovate something new in extension. So not elaborating on that, but then continuing further in this present session, it's lined up for knowing actually what were the innovations so far in different places. In this session, my colleague chair, Madam Rita Sharma, is online, and both of us divided our homework, and she would keep listening everybody, and I'll give you time at the end of the session to sum up. That would be nice, and I will steer the things further because we are short of time, and I would like to give more time to speakers. Therefore, let me not waste time sharing my thoughts. I'll do that in between. I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. A.K. Singh, the Deputy Director General Extension. If I would say that the mentor behind whole extension things and the carrier of extension in India, if something succeeds, he would get the credit. Nevertheless, if something is failing, he gets that discredit. So he is already, as has been revealed in his short CV, initiator of several initiatives. We would like to listen from you the initiatives that are there and you think would carry further. Floor is yours, Dr. Singh.
Honorable chairpersons, Madam Rita Sharma ji, and also Dr. Tej Pratap ji, and distinguished panelists, DG Manage, and also Dr. Quinton R. Tyler from MSU, Dr. Adiguru, Dr. Kumhare, and all the distinguished participants for this session. Can you display my presentation, Dr. Arvind? So I have been asked to speak on frontline extension. And frontline extension, we define the extension which is pursued by the research system. On that, I will be sharing some of my views that how the Indian Council of Agriculture Research has been pursuing extension through its integrated approach of education, research, and extension, and how much it has been able to successful, what kind of innovations have happened in between, and what need to be done in future also. So broadly, this will be the outline. Next, please. Now, if you look into the total agricultural extension scenario in India, we find that there is public extension and there is a private extension, and then there are NGOs and others who are supporting many cooperatives, other departments. They are also coming forward and they are supporting the extension activities in our country. Next. Actually, that is not visible to me from here. No, it's not visible that much. You give me laptop. So if you look into the imperatives of extension, thank you. So the first, what I would like to share is the role of frontline extension. I said in the beginning also the extension which is pursued by the research system. Broadly, there are 4 areas on which we are working. One is the technology assessment, and also technology refinement, technology demonstration, and also you can say deriving certain modules for location-specific requirements. That's the 4 most activity of ours which we have been doing. The second is that it creates a lot of feedback to the research system. And it is often said that many of the technologies, many of the varieties which are getting released, and even our DG was mentioning that innovations sell themselves. And at the same time, we find that there are many varieties which are released and it doesn't go ahead. So this is one system which provides a feedback that what is working and what is not working in terms of the research outputs. Monitoring, evaluation, and learning, that has been another core area of the entire frontline extension which we are pursuing. And we hope how you can say, the entire gamut of technology application is happening in terms of certain commodities we can capture, and why certain area is not coming up so well and how some areas has come up. And we have seen very distinct features when we look towards the Indo-Gangetic plains, basically in the central part and northern part of India, and also the other parts of India, that what kind of differences remains in our own country in different agroecological situations. Then community mobilization for group action, that has been one of the core activities which we have been working of late, not earlier. We confined earlier only to the, you can say, technology demonstration and assessment to a limited scale, but now the horizons have spread with the introduction of ICT and other tools, and our reach has increased tremendously. अरे इधर से भी तो होना चाहिए भाई. Now, once coming to the innovations in extension, I have divided into different sections this one. One which happened a little bit earlier, maybe before 74 in our country, post-independence. Many of the initiatives, national demonstration came into picture, and we said that Green Revolution happened because there was a project called national demonstration. Because scientists themselves could go to the farmers, they could demonstrate the production potential of those varieties. And everything happened in the, you can say, presence and guidance of the scientists. There has been operational research project for different kinds of niche areas. Lab to land program, the family focused activity, enterprise focused activities. And then in 1974, KVKs came into picture, first with Pondicherry, and now the whole extension system, you can say, has been subsumed in the KVK system itself. All other small projects which were there, they were all merged into this one. NATP happened, and we made a lot of innovations, particularly led by Dr. Paroda Saab, when he was leading the country as DG ICAR, and many of the innovations happened, like ethics, the IVLP programs. Journal agriculture research stations were also remandated to function as KVKs. So much was the importance for frontline extension at that moment of time when it was taken up. Then later on, NAIP came into picture, and we know that basically producer to consumer, value chains, and all the aspects which are emerging, they were focused in this one. Then of late, I can say last 7-8 years, we have been innovating with different kinds of models. Basically, umbrella has been the Krishi Vigyan Kendra of the entire, you can say, frontline extension. And this we have been pursuing. Some of them I will be discussing later on. Next, please. Now, once we look into the imperative of extension, some mention was made in the inaugural session also. We have been telling that it has to be farmer-driven participatory approaches in extension. Public-private partnership has to happen. Somehow, working with the public extension system or public, you can say, system, I find that there is some hesitancy to come together. Public and private, often we talk much, but it is not happening. And there are certain reservations which has to be sorted out very quickly. Convergence has emerged as a new, you can say, delivery mechanism, and government itself is telling it's a whole government approach. Whole government approach. One initiative taken by one ministry has not to be limited to that ministry only. All the related 8 ministries have to work on that. So that's a new concept which has come up, and it's giving dividends. When it's come to water or even post-harvest, I find that 7-8 ministries unite together and they work together. So that's a good thing which has happened in the past. Group approach to extension, particularly in a country like us, farmers are very small. And being small, you are deprived in such a way that you can't take decisions yourself alone, being so small in the whole gamut. So that has to be, that's how we can aggregate the numbers of farmers, how we can aggregate the activities. That has been a prime concern for all of us. Then addressing gender and youth, we find that youth are migrating to urban bases. This is happening quite rampantly. And we have to very quickly understand that women has to play a very, very greater role in the whole, you can say, extension and agriculture. And youth, how they can be enterprising, and that has to be addressed. And one mention was again made in the morning that we have not to work in isolation, and our message has not to be, you can say, one message, but not taking the whole approach. And sustainability thus has to be a key driver or a key, you can say, way forward for all of us in terms of extension also. What we are advising, it has to be quite comprehensive. Next, please. Now, this is the journey of Krishi Vigyan Kendra I wanted to mention. And you will find over time, there has to be emphasis on one or the other aspect. When KVKs were started, focus was on the vocational training programs. Later on, it was said that we being the part of the research organization, our role has to be only assess the technologies through on-farm trials. Then the same thing continued. Assessment and refinement further was focused. Then some broader view came that we have to have technology assessment, demonstration, and the capacity development. But at the same time, you will find other activities continued like seed production, even planting material production, providing certain diagnostic services to the farmers. And now there is an emphasis that it has to work on a single window kind of concept, which Dr. Parodasa was mentioning, that why KVK can't function as an ATIC. And so it has to work as an ATIC, means it has to provide diagnostic, it has to provide advisory, and it has to provide the quality inputs and whatever required for the farmer in terms of information also for the entire district. The sole custodian of information on agriculture has to be at the level of KVK. Next. The KVK, another beauty is that there are many players. I mentioned in the past slide that agriculture universities are largely holding KVKs with them under their administrative control. Overall umbrella is provided by ICAR, but at the same time, you will find there are 100 NGOs who are also operating KVK. So it's a platform of KVK itself provides an opportunity for all the multi-stakeholder participation, which we have been talking about. Now, convergence I discussed, and these are certain activities and ministries through which we are working. Some of the ministries are working with maybe a set of KVKs, some are working some other. the issues like nutrition, we are working with the Ministry of Women and Child Development. The issues like, you can say, honey production, again, there is National Bee Board, they are with us. Then even silk board, rearing of, you can say, mulberry and other plants, and they have got MOU with us. And I find that name the ministry, whosoever is related to the land-related activities, we are there, even with the Department of Biotechnology, Department of Jal Shakti, and many more ministry, and with the Department of Agriculture and Farmers, well, it is on daily basis for many of the activities, many of the programs. Next. Now, of late, our approach has been focused on, we identify certain issues nationally, and then we try to look into that, what may be the potential areas on which we have to work. So problem-focused interventions have come up in the, I think, last 7-8 years. We identify and we group a KVKs on which they can work. And I'm happy to say that climate resilient village approach, we started with the 121 villages. Now it has become a cluster of 151 in the country. And at each cluster, there are 4 and 5 villages. So almost 500 villages on different kinds of climatic vulnerability. It's not one. Somewhere you'll find flood, somewhere you'll find droughts. So maybe 9-10 vulnerable areas on which we are working, and it has given a lot of dividends, and governments, state governments are coming with the projects on the climate resilient agriculture model, which has been pursued by us through KVKs. The other problem which was of crop residue burning, basically around Delhi. So 50 KVKs came together, and we had a great work in terms of creating awareness and also going with the technologies and machines which are important for all those, you can say, in situ management of crop residue, especially of paddy. And it has been quite successful. Residue burning has been reduced up to 52% after working 3-4 years in these villages. It's one of the, you can say, great achievements of the system of the frontline extension. Next. Then the other deficiency which was there with our country was the pulsage production was quite low. We are basically depending on imports. And now I can say that there has been a pulsage revolution in the country, and we are proudly mentioned that pulsage revolution happened and KVK played a key role. If there were 3 or 4 drivers for promoting pulsage production in our country, maybe from 17 million tons to 26.96 million tons today, and hardly we are importing 2 million tons now. And that too, because of there are certain arrangements of export and import. Otherwise, we are almost self-sufficient in pulsage production. And even country is eyeing towards being an exporter country, because there are liking for plant-based proteins in other countries, and how we can be. So that also, it's not only import substitution, but also how to be an exporter of pulses and creating demand for pulses in other countries, that we are looking forward. And we will find that the number of demonstrations, 3 lakh demonstrations were conducted by KVK on farmers' fields last 3-4 years. So the kind of efforts they have been able to put, and also you will find that 151 seed hubs were created. So quality seed has been a concern, and these seed hubs created a lot of, you can say, contribution to the overall pulsage production. And we could find that in the demonstration itself, there was a 40% increase in productivity as compared to farmers' practice. So this has been done at the ground level. Next, please. So the other aspect, which is, you can say, the new intervention to the extension system of our country, the big data management. We often find that we create a lot of data from KVKs. There are 731 KVKs as of now. So huge data. The village-based data used to come. How to utilize this data? So that we have been able to do with the support of CIMIT program. They are with us in 110 KVKs. And we are also trying to capture through ODKs, open data kits, you can say the adoption of technologies in farmers' condition. We have done it on a large scale, farmers' data by visiting those locations. Also, a randomized design of surveys, which was not earlier happening in extension. So that again happened, and it has paid a lot of dividends, and we have come up with certain findings through which we are able to give advice to the state governments on which lines they have to move. Next, please. Now, this I was talking about the landscape diagnostic surveys which we conducted. And we have also linked with the ISRI, where all this data will be kept, and the analysis part will be taken care of by our Statistics Research Institute, and KBK will be facilitated to put up all their data, which could be analyzed by the expert scientists here, and a kind of, you can say, recommendations could be derived out of it. Next. Now, this, you can say, this kind of arrangement which we made, and what emerged out of that kind of surveys, I can mention here that the sowing of wheat itself was happening after 6 December in 28% area in many of the districts, and 54% around 25th November. So possibly we could find that just by shifting the time of sowing, you will find that there may be a gain of almost 1 ton of productivity. And that was a major finding from all of us, the team of KBK, which worked in 110 KBKs. And we have been often telling now to the governments of the state of UP, Bihar, and Odisha, and even West Bengal, that if you have to do one thing, kindly shift your time of sowing for wheat and also for paddy. Next, please. So these are the findings of the same study. Next, please. The farmer first was another initiative which we started, and this we are working on 51 locations in 20 states, covering almost 50,000 farm families. And it is not done by the KBK, but it is done by the institutes of ICAR and also agriculture universities. So they have identified almost 1,000 farm family by each of the research institution, and it's a kind of participatory research which is happening in this project. And there is a lot of dividends. In those villages itself, we could find that there has been a large number of benefits in terms of income generation, and almost 1.5 to 2.2 times increase has happened to the farmers of different categories. Largely, we are working for enriching knowledge and integrating technology in those villages. And there is not one team, but there are many teams which go there in those villages with their findings, and they try to, you can say, research with the farmers in their own fields. Next, please. This is the outcome. Next, please. Time will be going. Now, the other initiative which we started in 16-17 was ARYA, Attracting and Retaining Youth in Agriculture. And in this project, we said that there are farmers who are having land, but there are farmers who are not having land. Many are landless or also engaged in the agricultural activity, and we never account for. So this project came so that even landless could be involved in the activities which are related to agriculture. And this has to work only for the enterprises, not for the, you can say, traditionally the farming practices with what they are doing, but something additional economic enterprise if a farmer can initiate. We could find that at least 12,000 could be added a month to a farmer. When farmers' income are so low in our country, 12,000 a month is quite a huge income to the farmers and the poor farmers, which are largely small in. And we have started with the target that 200 to 300 youth has to be actually skilled in such a way that he start himself some unit economic activity, and other youth could be also joining that activity. Next, please. Next, please. Next. This program we initiated My Village, My Pride, Mera Gaon, Mera Gaurav, and this was said by our hierarchy that research outputs are there in the labs, but it has to go to the farmers' fields. And it should not be the responsibility of only KBKs to take the technology forward, but the entire research community should also join hands to go to the farmers. And that way this came into picture. And we are very happy to say that almost 13,000 villages in the country, they are being contacted by our researchers. We have created a cluster of villages. And even I talk about IRI itself, they have got 600 villages where their scientists are visiting, and they have got the connection with the farmers there. They often visit with the technologies, the seeds and planting materials also. And there is a regular connect between these villages and scientists. A group of 4 scientists covering almost 4 to 5 villages. And this has created a lot of awareness about the new technology. Next. Later on, to address the, you can say, the tribal community, there are 100 districts in our country where tribals are there, and almost 125 districts where tribal population is more than 25%. So we especially targeted with this knowledge system and homestead agriculture management in tribal areas. And we have been, again, very successful on working on indigenous technologies and knowledge which they are having in those areas, and also on economic activities which could happen for them. And the KVK sitting in the remote location in those districts, they are able to integrate with different institutions of ICAR and Agriculture University for taking technology. So we often feel surprised that a KVK sitting in a far more, you can say, a remote location is able to get connected with the best of the institution of the country and bring best of the technologies in those villages and districts. Next. The one thing which I wanted to mention in the last slide is the genetic resources. There are many, and you will find there are many indigenous varieties which needs to be identified. More than 7,000 indigenous varieties were again identified by the KVKs and supplied to the research system for further research on those varieties and germplasm. Now, I said that we are working on the nutrition aspect. We have started a program, Nutrition-Sensitive Agri-Resources and Innovations. We call it NARI. And NARI, we know woman, generally, purposely we kept this name because nutrition and gender has to go together. That was the, you can say, the concept behind this, that we'll pursue this program involving women scientists in our KVK. They will lead this program, and the women farmers who are there in the villages, they will be roped in. And 3 major programs will be run through this initiative. One was that there are biofortified varieties. Of late, they have been released quite a bit. So those varieties have to be taken to the farmers, biofortified varieties which are rich in a number of micronutrients. The second was that there has to be push on nutri gardens, and that we have done across the country. And also the other was the nutri thali, what we call, you can say, nutri plate. So whatever indigenously available there, how it can be, you can say, recommended as a, you can say, healthy plate and healthy food, you can say, to the locals, and they can enrich their diets on daily basis. We have started in a program mode, and we are very happy that even Swaminathan Foundations and others, they are joining hands with us. Next, please. Next, please. Similarly, we started a program, value addition and technology incubation. And of late, we have been talking that there has to be incubation of youth. Our ICR research institutions are incubating, but how it can be done at the KVK level, that we are also pursuing. And we have linked with the Ministry of MSME and food processing for this kind of support. And I'm happy that some of the KVKs, they have already started this kind of initiative. Next, please. The other ICT initiative has been quite phenomenal. As to enhance our outreach to the farmers. M-Kisan portal, where more than 5.36 crore farmers are registered. These all farmers are serviced by the KVKs. I am happy to share this one. All farmers in a district are connected to the KVK, and KVK are able to send messages to 5.36 crore farmers through M-Kisan portal itself. Then through IMD also, India Meteorological Department, we have signed an MOU, and they have established their agro-meteorology units in the KVKs, 200. In the years to come, it will be more also. So very specific district-based weather advisory we are able to get from the IMD, and based on that, we are able to give advice to the farmers. Next. I think one thing I could not mention, we have also launched a mobile app, Kisan 2.0, where more than 200 mobile apps, they are aggregated on one platform, Kisan 2.0. And they are all specific commodity-based mobile apps. So anybody who is interested in there, he can search as per his interest. Next is the Kisan Sarathi. Newly, we have started another ICT platform. And our purpose is that we have to connect with each village. More than 6 lakh villages are there in our country. How we can connect? And we hope that at least 10 to 15 farmers from each village, they will be registered on this platform. We will be able to map the village situation, agroecological situations there in the village, and we will be able to advise. It's a two-way communication, not like M-Kisan, that one way it was. And even Kisan Call Center, which was run by the Ministry of Agriculture, that responsibility will also come from July to us. So Kisan Call Center will be also running through Kisan Sarathi platform. So scientists will be directly communicating to the farmers, and maybe 50,000 calls per day will be coming to the system, which has to be responded by the research system. So it will be huge, you can say, outreach for all of us. Next. This is how the structure we have made, that how the content management, content creation and management will happen on this platform. We have also created a forum where all the research institutes will be there on Kisan Sarathi. And if there is any problem faced by any of the KVK, they can put on that Kisan Sarathi platform, and the related institutions can answer to those questions also. So it is going to be quite useful as we perceive in the years to come. Next. FP was made mention of. I will not talk much. Maybe Dr. Chandrasekhar in his speech will talk, but I will say that 117 FPOs are being supported by KVK directly. Means we are farming these 117 FPOs on different commodities. And at the same time, NRS, our DG, has already agreed that whosoever FPOs are farmed in this country, they will be technologically supported by ICAR. Next, please. The one model which I wanted to mention, that other than the other linkages, this is unique model. IRI has established a collaboration with a number of voluntary organizations all across the country, maybe 30 odd voluntary organizations who come to us. They take the new seeds from us. They go and see the potentiality of those seeds in their areas. They use further that seed for the utilization of the farmers. So that is why our DG, when we are mentioning that one variety itself goes across the country. And this is one model with IRI, by which one variety which is doing well goes all across the country. And that pays a lot of dividend. Next. This is another model of incubators, which is being done by ICAR Institute itself. There are many incubators getting trained, skilled, not for a day or two, but for years altogether. And once they get fully, you can say, trained and skilled, they establish their own startups. So it has been quite encouraging. More than 200 startups as of now, trained by our institutions as incubators, they have been able to establish. And that is the pathway for the future also. Next, please. Now, I will not mention about this. There are zonal technology management agencies also in ICAR institutions. They are doing. Next, please. Then coming to the impact of KVKs, and this was a study made by IFRI. Often we cite the data from the NSSO, and they say that only 6 to 7% extension is done by public extension. But once you look into this data, which has been brought out by IFRI, and they say that return to investment to the KVK system is 1 to 12. And that's quite encouraging and motivating for all of us. The second thing, what they are telling, that there is a additional net farm income of almost 6,000 per hectare due to the initiatives and due to the advisory given by the KVKs. Next. And this slide is quite interesting, and it says that there are primary beneficiaries and there is a secondary and there are networks. And this way, if 3 demonstrations are conducted, 34 farmers are influenced. Either they come into the network. So we should not say that KVK or frontline extension has contacted 1 person, but if he is contacting 1, he is able to reach to 10, at least 10 farmers. And this is the case with the trainings also. And if you look into the figures, 15 lakh farmers are trained every year, almost 2.25 crore farmers. They come to our campuses, or we reach to them by different means. So almost 14 crore farmers in our country. So one way or the other, you will find that the KVK and KVK message is reaching across all the farmers. Next, please. So this is few which I would like to mention in the end, that agricultural development through technology centric extension, ecosystem approach to remunerative and sustainable agriculture that is required. Intelligent agri-food value chains, of late we have been trying to emphasize, and we have to work in our extension on this one. Nutri-food system, everybody is interested for the quality food nowadays. Climate resilient agriculture approach has to be key for the extension. Energy efficient agriculture technology for empowering small farmers, and our approach the same way. And then the convergence platform with departments, private, public, all those federations, and that is again going to play a key role. So with these words, I am thankful to everyone for patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for enriching and refreshing our knowledge by giving an overview of the whole extension. This is past and present. That brings us to the level that now, are there any innovations also added to the present practices? And that's being shared, the institutional innovations in agriculture extension. Our next speaker speaks on that, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, who is currently serving as a DG of Manage. Maybe the right person for that. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Slide, please.
Namaskar. At the outset, I would like to thank Paroda Saab for bringing all the important players to talk about out-of-the-box extension. I'm very happy to see Madam Rita Sharma ji. We always remember you, Madam, for introducing extension reforms in the form of Atma in the country. We are always proud of you, and co-chair Dr. Teja Pratap ji, and Dr. Taylor, and Dr. Adiguru, and Dr. Kumbare, and many dignitaries are here, participants. Thank you very much for this opportunity. In the morning during inauguration, clear-cut directions are given to us that we have to talk out-of-the-box extension. So we have been experimenting, a few new ideas, Manage being a concept nursery, and I would like to share with you. Just to make a beginning, we all know that agriculture is changing, and in order to address changing needs of agriculture, extension must change. It is not option, it is compulsion. We have to change for the survival of very discipline of agricultural extension. And if the innovations are experimented at institution level, probably dissemination takes very fast, and innovations are institutionalized. Probably they will go with the system and reach many more people. And this is the direction of my direction. A few things, what you have been experimenting in manage, what you have, institutionalized and trying to disseminate, those things I would like to discuss with you. Next slide, please. See, we have initiated a program called Seva Manage. See, one side we say that farmer to extension worker to farmer ratio is, 1,162. Ratio is very wide, and the extension is handicapped by inadequate manpower. And how to add manpower? We have state agriculture universities, ICAR organizations, KVKs, departments. Every year, thousands of professionals are retiring. They are physically, mentally, financially very strong. If you ask anyone, they are ready to devote their life with all dedication. They don't want money. They want a bit of respect, recognition, and they are ready to give the selfless service. Is it possible to bring all the people on a single platform? That is what the philosophy behind Seva Manage. So we brought, when we formed this platform, the response was very good. Within 1 week, more than 500 retired professionals, they enrolled themselves. They indicated their area of specialization. And again, we institutionalized this idea that whatever the training program we are conducting, whatever the schemes we are implementing, we started using the services of all these retired professionals. And maybe they are out of touch. Therefore, regularly we are conducting online webinars just to tell them what are all the present activities of manage, present programs of Government of India, so that they also updated themselves and they can deliver confidently. So this is, going very well. And this one innovation, we are experimenting without any cost. So we brought all the people together. Next slide, please. Mass media plays very important role. See, when we don't have manpower, we have to reach through mass media. It may be radio, television, print media, and other electronic media. Now social media is also there. But who has to disseminate the information? He should be a professionally trained or qualified agriculture journalist. We don't have a course to train agriculture journalists, but we have certain small duration programs, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks. So we do conduct programs for agriculture officers as agriculture journalists. When they go back, we don't know whether they will contribute back to print and electronic media. So in order to harness all the capacity building, what we did by all the organization, we brought all the agriculture journalists in this country on a single platform called NAAS, National Network of Agriculture Journalists. So around 100 agriculture journalists are there in this platform. We do update them regularly on manage and as well as Government of India programs, state government programs, wherever they are working, whichever the organizations they are working, they try to disseminate the knowledge which we pass on to them to local print and electronic media. This is going very well. In fact, one of the most active partner who is in Ladakh, he is very well connected to manage and he is working through Ladakh KVK. Very regularly, he disseminates the knowledge to local population. So this platform is very effectively delivering extension messages. Next, please. So another innovation is, so in always extension, we say that think globally and act locally. But how our extension worker who works at the grassroots level, he is connected to global knowledge. So in Manage, we have initiated a platform activity called Krishi Gyandeep Knowledge Lecture Series. Here we identify outstanding extension professionals. We invite them to manage. They give a talk out of their lifetime experiences. It is not on that particular technology. It is based on their lifetime, 30 years, 40 years, they might have served, agricultural extension. They share their lifetime experiences through examples. And this entire talk is recorded and this is disseminated to more than 1 lakh extension functionaries who are working in different parts of the country. This platform link the global, knowledge with the local extension worker. So this gives him inspiration, motivation, and also, lifetime examples gives him confidence also. So this is the 14th, only 2 days before, Dr. Taylor was in Manage, and he gave how the Michigan State Agricultural Extension is benefiting the farmers. Probably, any of our extension worker listening to this talk in, in Manipur or in Kerala, probably they also get, new ideas. So the very purpose is linking local extension worker to global knowledge. Next, please. So we are all talking about farmers producers organization. We want to promote 10,000 farmers producers organization. And when we were working, what is the capacity building needs of promoting 10,000 farmers producers organization? We have to build capacity of 46 lakh professionals. Maybe they are members, they are board of directors or chairman or CEO, large government officials, large number of people need to be sensitized on FPO. But do we have that kind of extension system, extension institution network in the country? For that purpose, we generated another platform called Manage FPO Academy. There are more than 20-30 knowledge partners are there. These knowledge partners are different institutions and NGOs working in private sector who got very rich experience in promoting farmers producers organizations. And when we disseminated that information that we have a platform to try and build the capacity of the extension functionaries, especially in a farmers producers organization. It may be a legal issue, management issue, technical issue, or social mobilization, or linking them to market, technology, credit, many things. Response is tremendous. We are receiving requests from different states and even from international organizations. Can we train our extension workers in these areas? So this is, we have established a separate call center, and this year onwards, CEO plays very important role in FPO. So we have introduced a executive development program certificate course where we prepare CEOs of FPOs. In turn, they will go back and start serving farmers producers organization. Next, please. In India, ours is a very big country. We deal with 130 million farmers, but we are all small organizations, 25 scientists or 50 extension workers. So small organizations, we have to serve big nation and big agenda. How it is possible? So we started experimenting the concept of national facilitators in Manage. These national facilitators are hand-picked agriculture officers, scientists, and extension workers from different parts of the country. And through a screening process, shortlisted people are trained in facilitation skills in Manage, and technical knowledge, managerial technical skills are also provided to them. Whenever we conduct program in different parts of the country, we make use of national facilitators of Manage. So we keep updating them on latest developments, what are all taking place. So at present, 73 facilitators spread across the country are working for dissemination of Manage programs. So there is no cost. It is only a question of networking with the people. It is going very well. And this year onwards, the facilitators are selected not only for public institution, even from private organizations also. We are picking the outstanding extension professionals from agribusiness companies, agripreneurs, startups, and train them as facilitators. In turn, they are used by not only from Manage, it is the national resource. Any agriculture university, ICAR organization, or KVK, or private organizations, they can make use of the services of national facilitators. Next, please. So we all say that agribusiness companies, they have to do corporate social responsibilities are there. They have to spend part of their profit, but only 3% of the CSR funds are coming to agriculture. So in order to attract more funds to agriculture under CSR platform, we have created Manage CSR Knowledge Forum. There also more than 13 knowledge partners are there. They are NGOs and agribusiness companies. See, this is a platform where if somebody want to invest money in agriculture, we are ready with the ideas. We have Agri Idea Bank. You can go to Manage website. You can find more than 130 agri startup ideas. So people want to invest money on new ideas. They can rely on this. Or if people who are ready to associate with Manage for implementation of new ideas, this platform can help. And we are regularly conducting webinars, and we have documented actually what are all the success stories under corporate social responsibilities, so that it attract the attention of more and more agribusiness companies. Next, please. So this is another very interesting concept of Jai Jawan Kisan. I'm very happy to share that this concept got the approval of Ministry of Defense, Government of India. See, the idea is every year 60,000 soldiers are retiring from defense services. And one of the surveys says that 80.3% of the ex-servicemen, they want to go back to villages. But what is preventing them? Because they spent a lot of time in defense services, in border areas, they are dealing with agriculture knowledge. They don't have updated knowledge. Due to lack of this confidence, they don't want to go back to villages and take up agriculture. So we want to connect these missing dots by organizing this Jai Jawan Kisan. And this year, 2 programs will be organized. The soldiers will be given, retired soldiers will be given knowledge on basic knowledge. And if they want to specialize in poultry, dairy, or custom hiring, or working on post-harvest technologies, or agriculture logistics, or primary processing, any areas in agriculture, the second level of training will be imparted in their area of interest, and 6 months they will be given mentorship in the field. So first 2 programs will be launched this year itself from Manage. Next, please. The incentives and recognition plays very important role. We all say that not good number of agri startups are coming, but in order to encourage them, in association with agribusiness company Samonati, Manage launched a Manage Awards for Best Agri Startups. So on May 11th, June 11th, Manage Foundation Day, we could recognize a good number of agri startups. And this bright young lot, they're coming out with out-of-the-box ideas, providing solutions to some of the existing problems. This is really encouraging, and this is going to be a very annual event for us. Next, please. Yeah, large number of MSc and PhD scholars, they spend their 2 years and 3 years precious life in colleges. And is it possible to bring some kind of problem-centric research issues so that their thesis is relevant to addressing the local problems? So we have instituted awards at Manage level for best MSc extension, best PhD extension, and best book in agricultural extension. The response, the first year, last year being the first year, the response was very encouraging, and now the advertisement is open. My request to all my colleagues, if you have any exchange MSc or PhD student, encourage them to apply to this award. Next, please. So startup culture is slowly picking up, and Manage being a knowledge partner to Ministry of Agriculture for promotion of startup, what we are seeing is the ideas are getting repeated. The same ideas comes from different parts of the country, because for all the people, either social media or internet is the source sometimes. And in order to avoid the duplication, what are all the startups supported by Manage? We have placed in Manage Agri Startup Idea Bank. It is available in Manage website, so that if somebody is thinking a new idea, he can cross-check whether this idea is already tried, so that he can think differently. Next, please. So we all know that films are very powerful media for educating the farmers. Every organization is producing the films, but where are the films when the farmer want to watch? There is not even a single platform where the farmer want to watch. He will get all the films. So Manage initiated a Manage Agri Film Festival. The first Agri Film Festival was conducted on 11th March of this year, when we invited 273 agriculture films from different parts of the country in 11 languages covering 20 states, landed in Manage, and the awards were given. And all the films with a little bit of editing, we will make it available for every farmer and extension worker in this country. And this is going to be an annual festival. Next, please. Of course, in order to engage, inspire the budding extension professionals, we have instituted, MSc and PhD scholars internships, and that is going very strong. And they will come and they have the experience of working with a faculty in National Institute, and that is a very cherishable memory for any budding extension professionals. And it is open, and they can pick up, for example, very innovative ideas like, solar farming or nutrition sensitive agriculture, like very interesting areas they can work on. Next, please. So National Network of Agricultural Extension Experts, this is a platform, based at Manage, where all the serving extension professionals, irrespective of their organization, they are nominated by the system. They are part of this, and we want to use them as a community of practice for guiding manage activities. So this we have initiated this year, and this is going to take definite shape in the days to come. Apart from this, another 2-3 innovations which we have trained but created definite impact in the field that I would like to share with you. We all know that input dealers play a very important role. We have a very popular program called DESI, Diploma in Agricultural Extension Services for input dealers. Only on Sunday, input dealers are trained. 71,000 input dealers are trained as on date. And we are working on DESI 2.0. That means after training, whether he is providing extension advisor services to farmers. So we are creating an institutional mechanism that is on a pilot basis. Probably this year on a big scale, we are going to launch. Every one of us are talking about agripreneurship development. So we have created, there is a scheme called Agri Clinic and Agri Business Center scheme. We have trained 79,000 unemployed agriculture graduates. 34,000 people have established agri clinics and agri business centers in different parts of the country. And of course, studies are there. They created definite impact on the income yield of the farmers. And more than that, instead of waiting for a job, they create the job for other people. And now we are seeing the agripreneurs who completed nearly 15-20 years, they created job for more than 100 agriculture graduates. I think these 79,000 people over a period of time of another 5-10 years, they will become, each one will become institution and agribusiness companies, and they will decide the destiny of the agriculture. Agri startups, we are knowledge partners, and we have supported around 216 agri startups, and we have given a grant of around 70 crores. They are in the network of Manage, and we are trying to integrate with existing systems through e-launching. At every state, we call the senior officers, and in front of them, we launch this agri startup so that they work very closely with existing players. And one of the very important, innovation is in training management is a back at work plan. After the training program, the participants, they have to pick one innovation, go back to their workplace and start working on that. This we tried with the international program where we worked with 20 countries and 1,144 participants. And only because of back at work plan concept, this got very good recognition with the local governments. Public-private partnership, probably Manage was one of the pioneering organization. We tried public-private partnership in 2002 itself in Hoshangabad model. You might have heard where Agriculture Department of Madhya Pradesh and Dhanuka Group was facilitated by Manage, and it gave very good results, encouraging lessons. We came out with the Hoshangabad model of PPP, and as a result of that, we could able to incorporate minimum 10% of the funds for public-private partnership in Atma program. Fisheries extension, say that animal husbandry and fisheries extension is very weak, but till very recently, on 31st March, with the help of aquapreneurs and organizations working for fisheries extension development, just in 5 months, we could able to cover 4,000 stakeholders in fisheries only with the help of partnership. So that is the power of partnership. Probably public-private partnership is a necessity of agricultural extension in the future. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you very much for Chandrasekhar. A wonderful whole range of new ideas, that real institutional innovations that Manish thought about and is not planned, and they are really in the process of, you can say, being tried, tested, and then looking forward for many of us to take from you further to universities, to the states. Thanking you, I take the things further. Friends, we first had an overview, and then this is exactly after that, what is new emerging trend and new thoughts in extension. But it's at the same time, it's very important for us Indians to see around what's happening around in other countries. We have with us Kunjan Taylor from Michigan State University, who was introduced in the morning. He's been involved in the extension, director of extension at MSU, charged with helping organizations for extension. He has a long experience of that. He will let us know actually how extension innovations or extension systems do work in US. I think that would be wonderful. And the floor is yours for sharing with us your ideas.
Yeah, so it's definitely a pleasure to be here and sit on this panel with the esteemed guests. This actually is, as Dr. Meridia stated, my first time in India, and it's been a really enjoyable and great experience. Prior to Michigan State, I actually was one of the leaders in extension at a state called Kentucky Extension. So I spent over 15 years in the state of Kentucky, and being in Kentucky and also being the leader of Michigan State, I learned a valuable lesson. That lesson is the only constant that happens in this world is change. But it's more important as us, as extension professionals, to always be one step ahead, to be proactive and not reactive. If we're going to be a source of strength, support, and solutions for our farmers, we have to be on top of the problem. We have to be ahead and provide that way forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Michigan State Extension. Our mission is to improve the lives of our stakeholders through an educational process that applies knowledge through critical issues, needs, and opportunities. And how do we do that as Michigan State Extension? We do that by bringing the science, the expertise, the programs, and the resource of our land grant institution at the campus level to all of the state of Michigan and beyond. Next slide, please. But again, one of the things that I've noticed as director of Michigan State Extension in this past year is that we have to be flexible, we have to be nimble, and we definitely have to pivot. So now, from my perspective, our mission, our objective is to meet people where they're at. As you think and look here in particular, over the course of the year, being fully remote, we still, in just only a little bit of time in person, we still reached over 211,000 people in person. In terms of our website visitors, we had 8.2 million people we've reached. In our e-letter subscriptions, 74,480. I know some folks on here have Facebook. We reached 11,854. On Twitter, we've reached 5,066. On Instagram, 1,405. In regard to our 4-H and youth development piece, we've reached 7,922. And in our Twitter, we've reached On 4-H, 1,690. And then also in regard to our 4-H Instagram, 1,560. So as you can see, we had various avenues of reaching people through social media, through our programs, through our policies, and ways of outreach. We understand that there's new audiences, there's new issues around safe food and water supply. We understand that youth development is very important, as well as healthy communities. We understand that there needs to be education on vaccines, policies, procedures, and we understand that people need to know and be aware of where to get resources. And then also, most importantly, we are aware that we need to create the next generation of talent in this agriculture industry. Next slide. So who are we as MSU Extension? As the director of MSU Extension, I oversee 700 faculty and staff. We are breaking down into 4 programmatic areas. We have what we call the Agriculture and Agribusiness Institute that focuses on improving the success of our farmers, having our farmers reach new markets, ensuring food safety, advancing agriculture through applied research. We have programs such as Master Gardeners. We have programs such as Agribusiness Management. We have Heroes to Hive. We also invested in over 100 faculty on campus. We also have what we call our Community Food and Environment Institute. Our Community Food and Environment Institute focuses on bettering communities. It focuses on being a steward of lands, enhancing the quality of life, working with local government, improving financial structures. We also have what we call our Children and Youth Institute, which focuses on our 4-H and youth development, developing the next generation of talent. We have over 20,000 or so, 200,000 or so youth involved in our programming. We also have over 20,000 volunteers that dedicate their time. The last, but certainly not least institute is what we call our Health and Nutrition Institute. This institute focuses on taking back your health in terms of obesity, and also most importantly, which I'm going to discuss, focusing on farm stress. So again, during this pandemic, we have hired over 100 new agents and educators. And my job as an extension is to embrace those folks, to create a sense of pride so those folks know that we are Michigan State University Extension, and you have a job to make your communities better. Next slide, please. So under my leadership, we have 35 leaders. We have what we call our leaders of our institutes, as you can see here. We also have, each of those institutes have an institute director. They also have an institute associate director. And I'm the overall director of the Michigan State University Extension. Next slide, please. And all of our employees are located in what we call the districts, as you can see the map. In Extension, we have 14 or so districts. And in charge of those districts, we have district directors. And those district directors work with our institute directors in terms of programming, in terms of staffing. And then again, I oversee the overall idea of Extension. But as you can see, as leaders in our profession and in our field, over the last 1.5 years, 2 years, burnout is real. So as you can see, we have a structure that is different in terms of MSU Extension. We have new leaders in place, leaders with a collective vision, leaders that understand that change is going to happen and change is constant. So we have a new associate director, 2 new associate directors in our organization, as well as me being a new leader myself. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about, I'm setting the context, the stage to take you into what we've been doing, funding and the pandemic. So Michigan State University Extension is funded what we call the 3-legged approach. So we're funded based on 3 areas. So those 3 areas are at the national level, which is the government, the federal investment level. The next level, which we're invested in is what we call the state level, then also in our local counties. And it's what we call the 3-legged approach or the 3-stool approach. But the interesting piece and what I found out during the pandemic is that what makes the 3-legged stool more sturdy is the opportunity to bring new partners on board. So we do partner with other universities, we partner with community organizations, and also we partner in terms of writing grants and contracts. As you go to the next slide, you're going to see what our annual budget is. So as director of MSU Extension, my annual budget is $92 million. As you can see, $34 million comes from contracts and grants. $30 million comes from state appropriations. $14 million comes from our county investments. 11 comes from our federal appropriations. And then also we get about $1.8 million from the university. And again, this has been somewhat flat and declining and decreasing. So we had to be creative and innovative about how we fill in those gaps in terms of our funding. So again, on average, our annual budget is 92 million. Okay, next slide. So in March of 2020, Governor Whitmer issued an executive order to the whole state of Michigan that we were to go home and not go to work or school for 2 weeks. And it was only supposed to be 2 weeks. Well, 4 extensions later, 88 days later, we were still working remote. And this continued because we are part of Michigan State University. This actually continued until June of 2021, in which we went partially back in a hybrid situation to work. So again, 6 days after the pandemic, we launched what we call a remote learning and resources website page. It was a one-stop shop for everything MSU Extension had to offer. In particular, we helped parents keep their children on track with learning at home. It was resources for that. We did an extensive list of online programs for adults. We did a calendar of all of our virtual events so they can go there and find those virtual events. We did educational videos on a variety of topics. We did relevant, responsive, and evidence-based articles authored by MSU's Extension's vast network of experts. Again, I repeat that MSU Extension has a network of experts. We also provided resources for leaders for local governments and communities navigating the effects of the pandemic and more. We did this 6 days after the pandemic. So as an individual that's over 700 employees, these were challenges that I was dealing with as a director or leader in this position. And my leaders were dealing with these issues. One of the issues was employee staff morale. People do not respond well to uncertainty. If they don't know what the next day is going to happen, they get bothered by it. We also had people that did not want to come back to work. They wanted to keep working from home. We also had a mandatory vaccinations for all of our employees. All of our employees had to get vaccinated or they were terminated. All of our employees had to wear masks regardless of their working situation, even though the stakeholders may not have believed in it. And then also, all of our employees had a reduction in their pay and their benefits. So as you can see, I had, as leader of Extension, I had a lot of unhappy people with me. So what I did in response is I developed what I called a compensation classification task force. So I looked at little small things that we can do to provide support for all of our employees. One of the things in particular I did was develop what we called a hybrid work policy, where folks can work partially of the time from home and partially of the time in the office in the field. So maybe 1 day a week in which you get caught up on all your paperwork, or you can work from home and go from home to the field to visit farmers. And then also, I looked at our staffing needs. I wanted to make sure, even though we have one office in every county, I wanted to make sure we had at least one person there relevant and present in case somebody came in on a rotating basis. And then also, we wanted to do an uptick in amount of virtual online program in our meetings. Next slide, please. So I wanted to see how effective we were as an organization because we delivered a lot of online programming. So prior to the pandemic, we had over 800,000 visitors per month to our website. During the pandemic, we actually had 1.4 million per month. And now we currently are stable at 1.2 million people per month. Next slide, please. So I wanted to go a little bit more into detail because I'm a data analytics person. So I wanted to provide you a snapshot of the month of March. So in the month of March, on our websites, we had 1,295,253 people visit. That's how many people? In terms of sessions, the actual events, 1,565,097. How many of our pages per would be 2,251,713. And then also, as you can see here, the amount of time people spent on our website. And then also I wanted further more information. So where did they come from? Did they do an organic search, a direct search, a referral? Did they come from our social media? Did they come from my emails? Did they come from a specific paid search firms, paid search advertisements we have, or even a display? And then also I have what type of devices they use, because I want to know what type of devices do our farmers have. As you can see, majority were from a mobile cell phone, the rest was from a desktop, and some were from a tablet. Next slide, please. And now I wanted to see, did they read the content that they clicked on? And basically there's a formula that says the average amount of time and scroll down time, you can determine whether somebody looks at it or not. So 21.52% of the folks that clicked on it, we think they did based on the amount of time they spent and how far down they scrolled. And 36.50% actually skimmed it, and 41.98% didn't at all, based on skimming it, the amount of time they was on, and scrolling down. And then also, how many times did they end up accomplishing an organizational goal? And that means whether or not they applied, either for a job or for admission to Michigan State University. So 678 people did. Whether or not they donated money, because we need money, to our organization, 199 people did. Whether or not they registered for one of our events or our programs online, 7,365 people did. Or whether or not they purchased a service or purchased one of our products, 996 people did. Whether or not they joined our 4-H youth development organization, 246 people did. Whether or not they signed up to be a volunteer, 191 people. And whether or not they subscribed to our newsletter, 1,555 people did. So it's not only important to know or to say that you have programming, but you got to know whether or not it's beneficial, and whether or not people are actually spending time on it. Next slide, please. So again, this kind of gives a breakdown in terms of registering, right? So these are specific events that people may register for. So it may be, a Master Gardener program. It may be a Heroes to Hive program. It may be a 4-H youth development program. The data goes even farther and tells you what people actually registered for. Next slide, please. And then also it goes even farther and tells you what people pay for in terms of what the things that we offer as an organization. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about what we did actually in each institute relative to our stakeholders. So we did what we called virtual breakfasts for crop growers. So this happened between the hours of 7 and 8, where farmers were available. They involved a variety of topics. It involved question and answering, and also it was recorded. But you had to actually be in person. Well, you actually had to be present during it to receive credits for it. But anybody can go and record these virtual breakfasts. So they happened during the growing season from April to September. We also did what we call Michigan Wheat 101, which is an online interactive guide, which we do in partnership with the Michigan Wheat program. And this will help soft wheat growers optimize variety selection, planting prep, seeding date, fertility, fertilization, gene considerations, and weed management, cover crops, and disease and insect management. So this was an accumulation of 10 years worth of work in an online and interactive format. Next, we did what we called the Michigan Egg Ideas to Grow With Conference. So we actually combined 3 different conferences and brought them together and had this particular event. We had over 100 people and 80 sessions at each of those events. Last but certainly not least, one of the things that we do in MSU Extension, we have in-person field days. So we actually went out and recorded people doing demonstrations, and we had 80 of those in what we call virtual field days on farms. Next slide, please. So again, as you can see, these are some of the topics of our virtual breakfast. We have what you call early season weed control options with product shortages, agriculture weather forecast for March, farm tax management, soybean cysts, nematodes, scouting for weed, escapes fall management, planting, weed building, high yield potential, getting the most from manure applications, utilizing digital technology for agriculture, late season alfalfa management, and also summer insect update. Those are just some of the topics that we have for my virtual breakfasts. Next slide, please. So as we talk about, since I've been in the role of a year, how have we been innovative? We've been innovative in terms of partnerships with folks off campus. We've even have joint positions on way with another institution, another state extension service, Ohio State Extension, looking at water. We also placed a position on an island, which we call Mackinac Island, working with the community there. They raised $70,000 for 3 years to help offset a position. We also have people across Michigan State University, which were developing positions that focus on recruiting the next generation of talent. Also during this time, I've done a full evaluation of all of our leaders because everybody's not meant to lead. So I'm reshuffling our leadership team. We're also looking at whether or not we're working remote or hybrid. And ultimately, as an organization, we're revisiting with all of our stakeholders. We're having meetings, we're having dinners, we're having lunches. We want to hear from our stakeholders and what we're doing well and what we can do going forward in the future. And then also we're working with folks to raise money, alumni of our college, to help fund some of our positions. Next slide, please. In terms of developing our next youth, we have what we call 4-H exploration days. So we work with folks where we bring kids to campus to look at careers in agriculture. We did that online. We worked with our local and state officials and did what we call a 4-H capital experience, in which they could explain different issues that affect their respective communities. We had one day in person and one day virtual. We created 4-H virtual showcase learning showcases, in which youth can talk about projects, receive feedback, and also auction off those projects. And then also we have what we call Lunch and Learn, which youth can come and talk about equine, learn about equine, and it turned out being something that we had Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the whole summer. So these are all examples of how we have worked in agriculture to develop our next generation of talent. So Michigan State University Extension is really unique in which we actually have what we call health extension. And health extension focuses on all these topics listed here. So we have talking about opioids, misuse prevention, farm stress. Our farmers go through a lot of stress. We also talk about, we received a grant on immunization education. We received a grant from the Michigan Department of Health Human Services for $7 million to do education on vaccines. We also have what we call nutrition and physical activity, mental health, mindfulness and stress reduction, chronic disease, diabetes prevention and management, falls prevention, caregiving, aging, and then adulting 101. What does it mean to be an adult? Simple things for our youth. So our Health and Nutrition Institute, I'm gonna focus on this and I'm gonna talk a little bit about farm stress. So our Health and Nutrition Institute is a leader across the country. We have over 150 staff statewide in this area. They have a menu of research and evidence-based programs. They're organized around topics that people search for information. And again, these are community people that are located in the community and they're experts in their areas. Next slide, please. So nationwide, Extension has been responsive to concerns about mental health among agricultural producers who often face higher rates of stress, depression, and death by suicide than the general population. To this day, 23 other states are implementing our model at Michigan State University on farm stress that addresses signs, symptoms of stress, and how to communicate with people that are distressed. So again, we are a leader in farm stress. Next slide. And through farm stress, we have received a grant in which we call Legacy of the Land. So 500,000 in that area from this date, 467,000 from 9/1 to 8/31/22, and also 455,649 for a total of 1,422,945. So again, this is to help farmers that may be in financial distress. So we have small mini grants that we offer them in terms of called Legacy of Land to help offset some of their losses in their respective area. And again, also in terms of farm stress, We have what we call farm financial analysis. So we also help them with the farm analysis. We have what we call teletherapy. We help farmers go through therapy. We do also resources, mental health first aid, and also business management strategies. So all these things are offerings that we help farmers in terms of farm stress. And we also work to reduce the stigma in terms of farm stress. We recently partnered with Pine Rest Christian Mental Health Services to help, include referral processes. So not only can we point them to resources, we can refer them to resources and help them identify licensed therapists and to have a connection to agriculture. So then again, a lot of resources and opportunities for our farmers. And the next thing that we're going to work on is what we call agribility. Next slide, which focuses on farmers with farm injury, illness, aging conditions who are working with disabilities. And I'll leave it here in saying that when I think about extension, everybody in this room, extension to me is improving the lives of people and helping solving problems in the world. And working extension can be tough. But this is what I always say to my folks is that we are resilient, we are needed, we are valued, and we are MSU Extension. So again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Quentin Taylor, for educating us on the extension practices in Michigan State University. Wonderful indeed. दोस्तों मुझे नहीं पता आपको क्या समझ आया, पर एक चीज तो समझ आई कि ये फार्मर सोसाइटी तो सारी दुनिया में ही है और जगह भी है, और उसमें एक अच्छी चीज और आई नजर कि उसमें दवाई नहीं देनी पड़ती. You needed that mental health. I learned from him. Actually, आप लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छे ideas और भी इसमें हैं. I'm just using the local language just to connect. It was about this farmers issues and you said farmers rights. That it's not the medicine but the mental health problem. So, but likewise, it was also very enriching from Indian perspective to understand actually how extension is done in your state. A lot of commonalities, but there are also ideas for us to pick up from there. Thank you very much indeed for enriching us. Now, I have a problem, and problem is that I would be eating into your lunch time. We started a bit late, not that bad. So if you permit me, I will straightway call on the last speaker. And partly, I would not like to disturb the speakers. The lectures are so enriching, so interesting. It's better that we can eat on our lunch. Lunch could be later. The last speaker is Rajeshwar Rao, Director, TFRI. And he would speak on innovations in forestry, agroforestry extensions. And I'm not saying that he would be speaking online. Can you please connect to him?
Yeah.
Rajesh Rao is a tropical forest, is from Tropical Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur. कोई नहीं, आफ्टरनून में कनेक्ट कर लेना, फिर हम टाइम बचा. There? Good.
I'm there, sir. I'm there, sir. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're online.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my presentation.
Yes, floor is yours, please.
Right, sir. Open here. Share it, man. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yeah. Not the presentation, but you are visible. Have you put your presentation on share?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
If by the way you have a problem, you can see your presentation, you can still speak on that.
Yes, sir.
That might be better.
Is it visible now, sir?
Not yet.
Okay, sir. I'll present like that. Seems to be some problem with this.
He says, well, our person here is saying, okay, you can start speaking. In the meanwhile, he'll work on that. He says, can you reshare?
Yes, sir. We are doing this.
Let you keep on trying that, but you can start speaking so that we save time.
Yes, sir. I'm not an expert, extensions expert, but with my experience of 29 years in ICR and then 4 years in ICFRI, I could get some inputs from why the agroforestry or forest extension is a little bit behind compared to agriculture extension. The thing is that we may say the advantage of agroforestry and forestry in climate change era, that they are best systems for climate mitigation and resilience, but why they are not being so many advantages even for meeting the sustainable goals and INDs, NDs, and NDCs. For meeting all these things, we quote agroforestry, forestry, but thing is that why it is not going into the farmer's field? The main reason is that farmers are not bothered about what climate change is going to happen and what is going to have the bad effects on our climate or on our sustainability, but he is bothered about his own living. Until unless he's living his new enterprise, whatever we say, whether it is forestry or agroforestry or non-timber forest products, it should be giving him 1 rupee extra and lowering his drudgery. Until unless these two cardinal principles are met, no farmer is going to practice agroforestry or forestry. The agroforestry research is almost 3.5 decades in India, organized agroforestry research. But the outreach of agroforestry to the stakeholders is not promising. The reason being, we have excellent models developed in ICR, ICFR institutes, or the Central Agriculture Universities. Models are excellent in our on station, but farmers are not taking it up. The agroforestry, which is more accepted in India, is because of private industries, which have buyback guarantee. They give input subsidy and then give buyback guarantee. So intermediates also developed. The harvesters, the transporters, everything is developed. These agroforestry is thriving in India because of the wood-based industries, be it pulpwood, plywood, matchwood, whatever. So what the lacuna with R&D institutes is that we do research and we leave it there like that after publishing our papers or whatever, books or whatever. But thing is that until unless there is a assumed market to the whatever produce, whatever commodities we suggest in agroforestry, if there is no ready market, it is difficult to convince a farmer, because the whatever main tree component, that upper canopy, it takes at least 3 to 4 years to for short rotation forestry to have benefits from it. If there is no market demand and we suggest some species, the species may be good, but until unless there is no market demand, the farmers are not going to benefited by it, so they will just remove. So the second thing is that we suggest spacings, 3x3 spacings, 4x5 spacings, all kinds of spacings we suggest. The spacings may be better in our on-station research, but for farmers nowadays, most of the farmers are following agriculture mechanization. The farm mechanization, mechanization with these kind of spacings, 5x5, 4x5, it impedes his agriculture mechanization. Tractor cultivation is not that easy when you have 5x5, 6x5, 3x3, these kind of spacings. It may be good for trees and crops, but it's not good for agriculture mechanization. Until unless it is mechanization is enabled in the systems, farmers are not going to accept these kind of things because they face problems. The first and foremost thing what I want to say that until unless there is a market, best thing is that we have to have reverse engineering. We have to see the raw material demand of particular species, then see that how these species, the quality planting material for these species can be given by R&D institutes like ICFRA or ICR or Central Agriculture Universities or whatever. So the quality planting material duty is the R&D institute's responsibility, and then the responsibility of R&D institutes only after research. They should not do it. They should also involve in developing value chain with intermediaries, and then have buyback guarantee from the industry. Until unless this value chain is not developed in agroforestry, most of our research and our research outputs will confine to the our research institutes only. The success of ITC, WIMCO, Shesai Paper Mill down south, other matchwood industry and pulpwood industry, because there is a buyback guarantee. This amount of this thing is we can purchase. That buyback guarantee is given by the industry, and intermediates are developed. There are harvesters, there are transporters. So every kind of link in value chain is developed because of this. So until unless there is a economy is involved in agroforestry or forestry plantations, it is not going to be adopted by the stakeholders, farmers. I mean, in forestry, we emphasize for NTFP, non-timber forest products, which are major collectors are for the most of them are tribals. They don't know how to collect and when to collect. And if it is a root crop, they completely uproot the plants. So thereby they are becoming endangered species, red split species. So this kind of we developed ICFRI and medicinal aromatic institutes like CMAP. We developed sustainable harvesting methods for non-timber forest products. But thing is that tribals are very poor. If we give them the sustainable harvesting method also, he is not going to adopt it, because he wants that 200 rupees, 300 rupees per day. So he will uproot whatever is coming in his way, whether it is right for a harvesting stage, or if he plucks everything, well, it will come next year. He is not bothering. He is bothering from today's how much he will get. This is another aspect of socio-economic problem. But to address these kind of problems, we at TFRI we are trying to have value chain projects. We have taken NABARD funding to develop value chain in for eucalyptus and subabul and also bamboo. Nowadays, government of India is giving a lot of emphasis on for bamboo. There also we have developed value chain projects. We took funding from NABARD, National Bamboo Mission, and Madhya Pradesh Forest Department. We involved a pulpwood, the paper factory, Orient Paper Mill, and the farmers, and we got all the subsidies, whatever being given in National Bamboo Mission to State Bamboo Mission. Those also we got to the farmers. So it is spreading horizontally. Now farmers are looking that okay, there is a buyback guarantee, so we can have bamboos on our fields. So this kind of attempts are also attempted in different, but very less. In Tamil Nadu, Mettupalayam people also tried. They developed agroforestry consortium also. So it is spreading. What I mean to say is that we have to have reverse engineering. What is the demand of wood-based industries in particular area, demand by the industries, then try to produce that species and give quality planting material, more production per unit area, quality planting material through traditional and new breeding methods. So then you R&D institutes cannot provide all the nursery stock to entire stakeholders. So involve some nursery men, train them, and give the base germplasm to them so that they can multiply and sell it to the farmers. Then farmers grow them, and then there are intermediaries, buyback guarantee from the industry. So this kind of, until unless this kind of mechanism is not put in place, whatever research we do, that will confine to our research institutes only. We can publish excellent papers, high-rated journals, but stakeholders are not going to accept our this thing. Actually, I want to share this one from my experience in working in ICR and ICFRA. My basic crux is on this only. This is the cardinal principle: develop value chain, have market linkage, give good quality planting material, then develop all the stages, whatever the links in value chain, try to develop it instead of just stopping at research and publications. That's my simple message to this. Sorry, I could not able to give the slides. Co-chair and chairman, sir, I end here, sir, because this is only point I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh ji. You could still put forward your views. Thank you indeed. Well, friends, I think keeping the time constant, we may have to do away with the discussion opportunity. That would be difficult to take questions. So I am also skipping my comments as chairperson here to give space to Madam Rita Sharma. I am inviting the chair, my co-chair, to sum up the session. Madam Rita ji.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you can see me and I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Everybody is seeing you and you are very clearly audible.
Okay, thank you. So, well, I have listened very carefully to the four very, very knowledgeable, experienced and eminent speakers in our session. And I find that their presentations have been very informative. They've been very comprehensive, lucid, and quite pinpointed in their remarks. So the the recommendations or the way forward has also been articulated very well. Whether it has been the overview on the frontline extension by Dr. A.K. Singh or the out-of-the-box ideas of DG Manage and very, very innovative ideas there, or the MSU experience, and now the major challenges which have been pointed out regarding agroforestry and agroforestry extension. I don't think there is much that I can add further to what has been so very well articulated. But I would like to flag some issues as we go forward, and they are drawn from what transpired in the opening session, as well as what has been presented in our technical session as well. First of all, I would like to say that going forward, commitment to pluralism and multi-agency service delivery has to be a very central premise of extension and service delivery in the future. You know, many of the speakers pointed out that agricultural extension has been undergoing transformation from a very long time, more than 2 decades. So it is very well established that in these times, there is no one single agency which can cater to the multifarious and multidimensional issues which are before us. But one thing is also very clear, that the debate has moved beyond simple technology dissemination and research extension linkages. While they are important, the canvas has become much wider than what it was, say, 20 or 30 years ago. And we see this in a very, NABARD survey, which they did for financial inclusion in 2018. And they found that only 47% of the rural households were actually agricultural households, in which agricultural households they define as a certain basic amount of income deriving from farming activities, and at least one member of that household being involved in that farming activity. And they also found that not only were only 47% agricultural households, but of those 47% households, 43% was the income from actual farming activities. The other came from wage labor, it came from off-farm activities, it came from items such as activities which were to do with agro-processing, or even in self-help groups, completely nothing to do with agriculture, as agarbatti making and so on and so forth. So the one thing that, and this actually in 2015, the government of India signaled this most emphatically when the Ministry of Agriculture's name was changed after 70 years to Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. So it was no longer only about agricultural production, but it was also to do with welfare. And under welfare, an umbrella kind of concept, there were terms and there were issues of farmer empowerment, improving the quality of life, doubling farmers' income, building capacities for farm and off-farm employment, building resilience in the face of climate change and climate variability, providing safety nets in times of disasters, moving from food to nutrition security, building social and human capital, and many of these entrepreneurial skills and so on, which have been mentioned by many of the speakers. Now, the second point which in all of this is that if we are going to be looking at multi-agency systems, then where are the areas in extension that we need to build on? So we are now not looking at a single public sector agency, but multifarious demands of producers, men, women, youth, landless laborers who may be tenant farmers, actual large farmers, smallholders in different agroclimatic zones. The universe is really, really endless. Now, innovations in extension, I feel, must build on increasing this pluralism. So as we go forward, we need to increase this pluralism, the public, the private, public-private partnerships, farmers' collectives, civil society, for-profit, not-for-profit, paraprofessionals, and so on. And as you can see, that in this pluralism, the growing area is the private sector. And when we talk about private sector, it's not just the corporate private sector, but NGOs, civil society organizations, farmers' collectives, they're all private sector. And that is the area that we need to actually be promoting and encouraging to expand. And the reason for this is that public sector extension is gradually being deprived of funding from the government. And this has come out very clearly in our budget for 22-23. The budget for the agriculture department was raised only 5%, whereas our budget for the Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, there was no increase, it just remained the same. So, and that is the situation in most of these states as well, where funding for agricultural extension is either being squeezed, is being declined, or is completely stagnant. So that's another reason why we need to be looking at this wide universe, which is outside of the public sector, also to complement and supplement the efforts. Now, we also need to look at different ways of financing. So where are we going to get the finance if government's not going to give it? So it was, I think, flagged by Dr. Paroda in the morning. We now begin to look at issues of paid extension, paid private extension. If the extension is useful, if the advice which is being given to farmers is useful, then farmers should begin to be ready to pay for it. And a classic example of this, a very successful model, which I'm sure Dr. Bharat Kakade of BIAF will present during his presentation, is the revenue neutral model of cattle and breed improvement. As we know, and several people have said, that the extension in the livestock services is practically non-existent. So it's through NGOs and last mile delivery, largely through farmer collectives, the cooperatives and so on, that is being done. So we need to look at different financing mechanisms, and that is something which we need very much to keep center stage. The third area in terms of innovation in extension is also through the use of cutting edge frontier technologies on the one hand, and using traditional and local knowledge on the other. So in frontier technologies, there's an explosion in ICT, social media, mobile technologies, which now have a very, very deep rural penetration. So that is on the one hand. And on the other hand, let us look for models of traditional or local knowledge. Now, we pay a lot of lip service to local knowledge and traditional farming methods, but when it comes, when push comes to shove, we just don't accept it. And a classic case is that of SRI, or systems of rice intensification, which is a technique which is very, very resource conserving and very cost effective, but has not been accepted by the scientific establishment. As a result, it has just spread from farmer to farmer. And today it's not only practiced in a fairly significant area in our country, but it has spread to over 60 or 70 countries all around the world without being acknowledged or without having any ownership with the scientific establishment. So at least we can look at what's happening on the ground, that such a technology is spreading from farmer to farmer, and can we support it? We did try and support it under the National Food Security Mission, but I think at some point of time that was discontinued as well. And the last but most important part is the role of farmers or farmer producers and their organizations. We need to make them partners rather than beneficiaries in policy formulation, in governance, and in implementation. And a very recent example is before our eyes, where we have not involved farmers. It has been the case of the farm laws, in which we had such an agitation, and finally government had to repeal those laws. So in future, I think we need to bring farmers, farmer producers, and their collective organizations very much into policy formulation, both into governance and into implementation. Now, having said the positive things of pluralistic extension system, I think there is a downside to it also. And that is that it is difficult to have accountability in the large number of private actors who are now themselves to transfer technology or to give advice on improving rural livelihoods and so on. So how do we ensure greater accountability when there are so many players in the field? And the other part of it is that many remote and very distant areas are not going to be serviced by private sector, who may not find a profit to be made there. So this is some of the points with regard to the innovations in extension that we would like to flag. My third point is that the challenge going forward is going to be the governance of these multi-agency extension systems. And capacities for this governance are, in my view, extremely, extremely limited. We do not have capacities for bringing together people on common platforms. We know that we will need issues regarding coordination, convergence, collaboration, accountability, regulation, financing, M&E, monitoring and evaluation. How do we do it with such a large universe and everyone dancing to their own tunes? So that is something I think as a part of, or as an outcome of this national dialogue, is what are the issues of governance regarding this multi-agency or pluralistic extension system, of which we see such benefits and on which we would like to promote for the future, but how do we bring about their coordination, convergence? I think someone mentioned that, and I think this was Dr. Mahapatra, he said, how do you ensure that they're not all doing the same thing, duplicating and overlapping with each other? So can we have systems of governance for, it's going to be difficult, but we need to begin to think about it. I think at the district level, we did envisage such a platform in the ATMA, the Agriculture Technology Management Agency. It was a technology management agency. It was not a technology dissemination agency. We had envisaged that the ATMA can take up such a role at the district level. But for this, we will need to go back. Now it's 20 years since the ATMA model was established, but we need to go back and we need to revisit to see if the ATMA can take on the governance role of this multi-agency system, and what form will the mission, vision, statements of ATMA, how will they change to be able to respond to these new realities which we are now encountering. The public extension funding, as we know, has stagnated. And I've mentioned this, that whether we look at our budgets or we look at the state budgets, public extension is meager, it is declining. And the public extension system now needs to reorient itself. It needs to become leaner, and it needs to be more sharply focused towards disadvantaged areas and vulnerable communities. Because if it's not going to be supported by the public finance, then it'll have to be leaner, but more sharply focused. And its other role will be as a coordinator, reorient itself away from direct intervention in production, service provision, and markets towards one of coordinating, facilitating, convergence, empowerment of the producers and our end users, quality assurance, transparency, and accountability. So who's going to do that role? That's going to be more and more the role of the public sector, rather than jumping into the actual dissemination and doing everything themselves. It's not possible. So let me just give you an example of this issue of impact assessment. We found that I think this was the 77th round of the NSSO, the extension agency, when they spoke to the farmers said that they got 16% of their knowledge from progressive farmers, that they got 13% from input dealers, and they got about 13% from radio, and that from public agencies, it was even less than 10%. So this is the level of the public extension reaching out to the farmers. A very recent, in fact, this report came out in 2021. This was done by a very eminent think tank called the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water. And their survey report came out. And this was also a very comprehensive study. It's on the website, you can see it, that less than 4% farmers had adopted any kind of sustainable agricultural practices. And sustainable agriculture is something that we have been talking about for more than 2 decades. After more than 2 decades, we have less than 4% farmers who have adopted any kind of sustainable agricultural practices. So keeping this in mind, we need to look at how we are going to be moving forward with the extension. And that brings me to the last point, which is about the agroforestry. And that is something which Dr. Rajeshwar Rao has also spoken about. Now, according to him, and I think he's very right, the agroforestry extension needs to be much higher, get much higher priority and greater visibility than hitherto. And I therefore congratulate TAAS and ICAR for organizing this program and having, for I think almost the first time I've heard anyone in such a program speak about agroforestry extension. And Dr. Rajeshwar Rao has very accurately, though we are all slightly disappointed, but he has very accurately put the situation of the field in perspective. But what we need to do is take account of the fact that trees outside forests and trees in agricultural landscapes are going to be one of the most important items that we will have to take into consideration as we move forward. And I say this because our international and national commitments rely very heavily on agroforestry or trees outside forest to deliver on our promises, which we have to achieve by 2030, only 8 years away. Of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, agroforestry is linked to 9 of them. Of India's nationally determined contributions, NDCs, the target of creation of an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which has been made under the Paris Climate Accord of 2015, there also it can't be done without agroforestry and planting trees on agricultural landscapes, because we do not have as much natural forest or reserved forest area. The achievement of 26 million hectares of land degradation neutrality, which we have committed to, that has to be done by 2030. And our Prime Minister spoke of this when we had the UN conference on desertification in New Delhi in 2019. 26 million hectares of land degradation neutrality also is going to depend very highly on agroforestry. And most of the activities which are being undertaken in this decade of eco-restoration depend on agroforestry, and yet it has received such minimal and such meager attention in terms of how do we take this to the farmers. There's always been a debate, should Forest Department do it or should the Agriculture Department do it? Agriculture Department was given this task and a mission on agroforestry was set up. That mission has been disbanded in this year. In the state, at the state levels, half of the state governments, it is the forest departments who do this. In the other half, it's the Agriculture Department which does it. So we need to look at agroforestry very, very carefully and look at how the importance of agroforestry and in terms of the incentives that we can provide, reducing the rules and lightening the rules of extension, lightening the rules of travel, of harvesting trees on farms. All that will need to be done to encourage farmers to take up trees. And yet it was the Prime Minister of India who gave the slogan, Har Med par Ped. That means trees on every field boundaries. So there are a lot of, I would say, almost contradictory messages which are going down. On one hand, we are banking so much on agroforestry for our delivering our promises internationally. And yet, on the other hand, not only we disband the mission, but we have no extension facilities to reach out to the farmers. So from that point of view, I thought that it would be useful for us that whereas on the one hand, our speakers have made such a good presentation about the excellent work which is being done, whether it's in Manage or whether it's the ICR and the KVKs and the frontline extension. But there are issues which we need to take into consideration as we go forward. Thank you.
May I request convener of this important session who has joined online, Dr. T. Balasubramani, Director Manage Hyderabad. I may request to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected chairpersons of the technical session on thematic presentation, dignitaries and organizers of National Dialogue on Innovation in Agricultural Extension. It is a really great eye-opening to understand that a lot of innovations are happening in agricultural extension, both internationally and also nationally, especially from USA. And many of them have already proved very successful, which can be replicated and upscaled to address many of the problems of the farmer and ensure well-being of the farmers. I immensely thank Chair and also Co-Chair, respected Madam Rita Sarmaji, Farmer Secretary, Department of Rural Development, Government of India, and Madam is associated with to manage very closely, and Professor Tej Partapji, Honorable Vice Chancellor GB Pant, University of Agriculture and Technology, for systematically conducting the proceedings of the technical session on thematic presentation and their concluding remark. Due to their rich experiences and expertise, it is they have given a very clear roadmap, Madam. Actually, especially Madam has given a very clear roadmap that because of the multiple demands, multi-agency is only solution, and through pluralism, a lot of innovation will be happening. Especially, not only we should not include only the corporates and big companies. A lot of civil society organization and NGOs and other partner institute, as you very well said, Madam, they are going to lead in this plural mechanism. However, you are clearly highlighted the issues or challenges we will be facing in the pluralism. Either it may be accountability or coordination, capacity building, and convergence. Facilitation will be a big issue. And as you said, Atma, we have tried. We have to in a big way, and we have to learn from the Atma, and also we can adopt some of the learnings from the Atma for this convergence. And also you clearly mentioned about the, not only we have to go for frontier technology, we have to also include traditional and also local knowledge. And we should make the farmers and also FEO as a partner rather than beneficiaries. And you also given a direction that to fulfill or give the complaints of the countries in the changing climate. The only option is the agroforestry, that is tree outside the forestry is essential to go for the carbon sequestration. So we have given a very clear direction for this session. These will be very useful, and these your experiences, expertise will be very helpful for this consolidating these things. On behalf of organizers and on behalf of our colleague, we sincerely thank both chair and also co-chair. And also I immensely thank today's speakers, Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, DDG Extension, and he has clearly explained about the various innovation in the KVK, especially KVK itself is innovation. And within the KVK, a lot of innovation has been practiced, either it may be farmer participation in the research, or climate change, or developing a nutri-sensitive villages or farmers, many convergence mechanism within the department and also voluntary organization. A lot of innovation which can be, many organization can be learn and adapt in a larger scale. I immensely thank once again A.K. Singh sir, and also I immensely thank Dr. P. Chandrasekharji, DG Manage, and he was narrating about the lot of innovation happening in Manage, and even being a small organization, how we can do a lot of work with the mandate of national level mandate by networking various partner institute, partner organization in various platforms, either it may be SAVA or Agri networking with the Agri journalists and so many other innovations. So these are all the very the innovation on behalf of all the organizers. I immensely thank our Director General, Dr. P. Chandrasekharji once again. Dr. Quintin Tyler, Director Extension, MSU USA. He narrated a lot of innovation happening in the MSU, especially in the virtual platform, because in the after the COVID, a lot of innovations, and they are reaching the large number of farmers through various Twitter, Facebook, and other organization, other platform. And also they are also focusing on the farm stress and also children's, youth, and agri businesses. So these are all the lot of learnings that can be adopted in our country, which is based on the learnings from their innovation. I immensely thank Dr. Taylor for sharing their experiences. And also I immensely thank Dr. G. Rajeswar Rao, Director at TFRI, for giving the importance of agroforestry, especially considering the poor extension in the agroforestry. He has highlighted the need for value chain, right from the reverse engineering, right from the quality planting material till the harvest, processing, value addition, and also till reaching the consumer. We need to have a value chain mechanism in terms of consortium model. Really, that model will be very useful for improving the value chain. So, and also, my heartfelt thanks to all the national and also international delegates participating in this dialogue for their interaction and also input. And my sincere thanks to my colleague, Mr. Dr. Kumbare, and also Dr. Adiguru, Principal Scientist from ICAR, for convening this technical session in a very systematic way. Last but not least, it is a great pleasure to thank the entire team of TAAS for conducting this important dialogue timely. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Thank you.
I think it's over. You still need a rules? The next session, I think it's announced 2:45.
Richard, a very, very enterprising individual, doing a lot of things on innovative extension approaches. We have two more eminent speakers, one from IFAD, Dr. Sheikh N. Mira, who was formerly with our ICAR Rice Research Institute at Hyderabad. And he is currently the senior technical expert of digital agriculture IFAD. He will be speaking on future of digital extension, full stack thinking and actionable approach. He will be joining us virtually. And we have with us another very, very experienced farmer innovator, Shri S. Balwinder Singh Ji. He is the CEO of Jagriti Farmer Producer Organization. Very happy to share with you that Shri Balwinder Ji interacted with our Honorable Prime Minister on 1st of January this year, when Honorable Prime Minister was interacting with farmer producer organizations across the country. He will be sharing his experiences in promoting extension through custom hiring services. This is the panel, and then we will be looking forward to very, very useful deliberations. Now I request the chair, Dr. Sadamate Ji, to take over the session and conduct the proceedings. Madam Neelam Patel will be joining and helping us virtually. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Goda. We are running behind the schedule by half an hour. And, you know, some people have to leave in the evening. Hello, hello, hello. Is it okay? Hello. नहीं नहीं फोन नहीं है. Hello, hello. System. Okay, we lost 2 minutes. Hello. Now it is okay, I believe. Okay. I just had a word with Dr. Neelam Patel. She will conclude the session. Thank you, Dr. Chandrigowda, for introducing the panel. And as I was submitting that we are running behind the schedule by half an hour. So we'll try to cover up, you know, by squeezing the time a little bit. And Dr. Chandrigowda, that is your responsibility, yeah? Because so I'll just take a couple of minutes right now only, because so that in the concluding part, I need not get in once again. In the morning hours also, we mentioned very clearly that public sector alone cannot move the mountain, because an extension is a very gigantic task. And therefore, when I set the tone for the proceedings, I very humbly submitted that we have to have private sector partnerships in extension. And this particular session will focus entirely on private sector initiatives by different stakeholders. And as Dr. Chandrigowda had mentioned, that we have a very strong panel. Now, without elaborating it further, to this learned audience, I'll request Dr. Shashidhar to, is he online, doctor?
Yes.
I'll request Dr. Shashidhar to immediately begin. Everybody has been given about 15-20 minutes, but I'll request all the speakers to see if they can sandwich their presentations by a couple of minutes earlier, so that we save time and then keep little more covered all the speakers and have a meaningful discussion. Shashidhar, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to the dignitaries on the TAAS and both offline and online participants. It is really challenging to have a session post-lunch, basically from the participants' view and also from my side. So I will try to be as fast as possible and try to be as crisp as possible. Hope my presentation is visible to all of you and I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah. Thanks for giving me an opportunity on taking you through the ECHOPAL initiative of ITC. So basically, I will have a couple of slides on the organization by itself, and then the making what went behind in making the ECHOPAL and the next steps in the journey. So to start with, ITC is an business conglomerate having both FMCG, hospitality, agribusiness, packaging, and information technology businesses. And I represent the agribusiness vertical, and I look after the head of agri services, and ECHOPAL comes under the agribusiness vertical, and we are the back-end arm for our FMCG products. So we procure the raw material and provide them the FMCG brands on the front side. So we are present in around 22 states or union territories put together, and operationally in 220 districts, handling more than 20 agri commodities across 160 operating locations. And we have around 6,100 ECHOPALs and benefiting around 4 million farmers. We have dedicated crop development programs basically for our front-end FMCG brands like Ashirvada, or the natural juices and all those things. And very specific certified programs targeting our export customers. Either it may be certified sustainable certifications or organic or kind of thing. And we have a public-private partnership with the government of Andhra Pradesh called as Integrated Agri Extension Program. And in actualizing all these programs, we collaborate with various research institutes and also agri input companies and seed, pesticide, and fertilizers, so that we make the program on ground more realistic and useful to the farming community and the entire stakeholders on the ground. This is about the ITC, and let me take you back in the year 2000 when the ITC's ECHOPAL was in making. So some of the constraints or the conditions remain the same. India is known for its large arable land and rich agroclimatic conditions and diversity. And we have a strong institutional base in terms of R&D and extension network. And we have a very good domestic consumption for agri products and also export markets. But these pros are being challenged by various other nuances like fragmented farm sizes, making them very small and marginal farmers, and heavy dependence on the monsoon, which still continues even though irrigation potential has increased more than around 50% of the arable land. And the extension network, as Dr. Rita Sharma is also highlighting it. So then we have a lot of intermediaries playing in the agri value chain, which distorts the information or which create an asymmetry in the information chain. And we have we had the weak infrastructure, and the quality consistency was a very big issue at that point of time. So looking into these constraints and also the positive things. So what we had is being a small and marginal farmers, they don't have a good bargaining power, and around 6 lakh villages are in the hinterlands. So reaching the farmer in real time, especially in terms of price and weather, was a challenge at that point of time. And the circumstances also, because of the variation in the agroclimatic and the soil conditions, the customized advisory was not available, and mostly generalized practices and risk management practices were available. And this was compounded by some weak infrastructure and institutional backup at that point of time. Now we have the FPOs and other institutions are also getting up. So looking into this, as a farmer, he gets his inputs from various retailers and also support from the government, the public agencies in terms of the information kind of thing. And in the market, they have the Kacha intermediary and Pakka Adhar kind of thing. Money lenders were there, and he sells the produce in the mandi through a trader and broker. The processor gets the material. This was the scenario at that point of time, and mostly holds the same in the current conditions also. So in this model, what we observed at that point of time is there are a lot of sunk costs for the farmer in transacting his produce or when he was accessing the information. So his source of information was fellow farmers or input dealers or through a radio or newspaper kind of thing. And when he is transacting in the market, there is always an issue of price discovery, because only unless and until he goes to the mandi or he has a very good network of traders in the mandi, he doesn't get good signals on the price discovery kind of thing. And a lot of middlemen will create a lot of asymmetry information system. And as a buyer of the agri produce, as a processor, we land up with high prices because we used to depend on the commission agents and traders, and the goods were not in consistency in terms of quality. A lot of mixtures and admixtures were coming in, And we are also having an issue in terms of information coming from the ground in terms of what kind of crop is there, what quality and what is the availability kind of thing. So these were our issues as a processor, and the farmer also had an issue at the point of time. So a lot of asymmetry was being there. So looking into these things, we thought the small and marginal farmers have to be linked and aggregated so that there is an improved efficiency of transactions, whatever we do, and also have a mode of channel wherein we can deliver the information to the farmer directly across the geographies in real time so that they can make an informed choice. And also through the same channel, we make customized solutions to the farmer's specific needs so that we can advise the farmer what to be grown in his land and not as a general package of practices so that the yields and quality will improve over a period of time. So that's how we brought in this eChopal into this picture, wherein the farmer through our dedicated eChopal has a dedicated computer network, and through our farmer representative Sanchalak, who is also a farmer in the area. So we disseminate the information, started disseminating information through our kiosks. So the farmers as a group, they come, they understand this, and then they take up the production practices, and the market prices are also seamlessly provided to them every day. And once the Sanchalak, the farmer is happy, wants to transact, and he knows the price of various mandis kind of thing, through our Sanchalak, he can transact, and the material comes directly to the ITC's, the procurement hub, either it may be a Chopal Sagar or a hub kind of thing, wherein an immediate payment is done to the farmer on the same day kind of thing. So this helps the farmers in discovering the price at the village, and also has a choice whether to sell to ITC or to the competing buyer in the thing, and brings in a lot of efficiency in his production and also transaction. And as an ITC, we also have a line of sight of what is coming in, what is the quantum of produce and the quality kind of thing. So we also have a better sight and price discovery mechanism kind of thing. And we rope in a lot of product and service providers onto the platform. This is in a nutshell about the eChopal. And as I was telling you, eChopal is housed at, is a kiosk housed at a trained farmer. We call him as Sanchalak. And this Chopal is in a walking distance to the farmers around 5 to 6 villages. We have a kiosk kind of thing. And the ITC has invested at that point of time in 1999 and 2000, 2001 kind of thing, because internet was a bigger challenge at that point of time in rural lands. So we had solar panels and also VSATs installed at these places so that they are connected to the external world. So that's how the eChopal came into the picture. Chopal is nothing but an informal place where the farmers sit together and discuss, and we have connected electronically all of those villages together. So we call it as an eChopal kind of thing. So it's a hub and spoke model basically. So around 5 to 6 villages are linked to one eChopal, and around 30 to 40 eChopals are linked to a hub or a Chopal Sagar, that is the buying point, which is at a tractable distance kind of thing. So this is a structure of hub and spoke model we designed at that point of time. So, and through this Chopal, eChopal, we run a lot of on-farm demonstrations. We call them as Chopal Pradarshan Khet. Pradarshan Khet is nothing but demonstration plot, and Chopal is our brand name, wherein as it is rightly said that seeing is believing, all the best practices are shown to the farmer on the field, the impact of it and everything. And that's how the CPKs we call Chopal Pradarshan Khet are laid on the ground kind of thing. And a lot of farmer meetings and result demonstrations, everything are carried out at the Chopal level, so that the farmers understand about the new technologies, adoption and everything. So this is how the physical model goes into the kind of thing. So, and at the end of the crop season kind of thing, the prices are communicated to the farmer through the Chopal, and the farmer can come to our hub or a Chopal Sagar kind of thing. There is a scientific quality assessment done of their produce in terms of various parameters like moisture, format, etc., etc. And electronic weighment is done so that there is no cheating in terms of the bag weight kind of thing. And the payment is done immediately on the same day. So the farmer is happy that he gets the payment done, which was a bigger issue at that point of time when he has to wait for the payment to be realized. Is taking around a week or 10 or 1 month kind of thing. And the entire system is a seamless operation, and complete transparency is the promise what we give. So this was the procurement service kind of thing. So the journey started in 2000 with the eChopal, the version 1, the tier 1 we call. We are connecting the farmer to the world, wherein the focus was mostly on the procurement of the material. And later on in 2000, 3-4 kind of thing, we started using the same channel as a two-way channel, where we started providing the inputs and all other technical services. So eChopal became a one-stop shop for the farmers' requirement. And the version 3 has the other rural services like rural engagement platform, wherein we started marketing the products of other companies also, like which are mostly of the rural in nature, not only restricted to agriculture. It may be an Kaitan fan or a Tata wire or fencing wire or something like that. And then we also went into the Tata Nanos and Maruti Suzuki's were also sold through this rural engagement platforms kind of things. So we're trying to touch as many points as possible of the rural livelihood. So now the scenarios, the landscape is being changed now. The fragmented land holdings is still becoming fragmented. So the recent statistics talk about around 1.1 hectares of land. The yields and are still stagnated, even though we did a progress in terms of the quantum of production and all those things, but the challenges are of a different order now. So you have a higher supply, and then you have post-harvest losses also coming up, not only in horticulture, but also in the general cereal crops also. So, and the consumer also looking for an increased food safety, traceability, and attribute-based products. So this is one more challenge we are looking from the consumer point of view. And thankfully, we have the technologies, new technologies coming into agriculture. Either it may be a sensor-based nutrient recommendations or soil profiling or a drone-based space kind of things. A lot of new IT technologies are coming onto the ground. So, and the rural India is also getting more and more digital. And the recent reports say that the rural mobile users have surpassed the urban users during 2019 by around 10%. And 99% of the rural users have access to the mobile internet. So this is something a phenomenally change we are looking into. During 1999 or 2000 kind of thing, we are installing the VSATs for making the farmer access internet. Now farmer has a mobile, so it's more it becomes more individualistic and more personalized kind of thing. So that's how the scenario is changing right now. So looking into these changes and the things happening on the ground, the version 4, the eChopal 4 is being cognized and being developed. It is in the final stages of development. So we are integrating the services onto a mobile platform now. So wherein there will be a personalized connect, and multiple stakeholders with which we are working with together will be now offered on a single platform. So, but the guiding principles will remain the same. We are farmer centric. So that becomes the mantra. And the platform is more collaborative and more integrated than before, bringing in more number of stakeholders kind of thing onto the platform, and more meaningful in terms of sustainable agricultural practices, even including the credit and finance also into that, and leverage the digital technologies and make it more a plug and play, because I cannot be the whole and soul guy to expert in this entire arena. There are a lot of agri startups and the companies who have their own applications and apps coming up. So our application is designed in such a way that it can plug and play the third-party applications also, so that we can seamlessly integrate the other players and provide more personalized services to the farmers, and a solution across the value chain, not only just production and also procurement, but also the various things across the value chain. So this is the next phase, and it is in the process, and wherein the earlier models of physical touch points like demonstration plots, the Sanchalaks, are now being the informal farmer groups we had earlier are being transformed into FPOs. So we have a mix of informal and formal farmer producer organizations, and we have a strong physical field team on the ground to help the farmers who are lacking the digital literacy to access the application and use it in a proper way. And we are also having a digital engagement center wherein the farmer can call and get their queries resolved. And from the digital component, we have the crop advisory, very contextual, specific to the geography. And there is a module called as forums, wherein the success stories of progressive farmers can be shared. There will be a collective and coordinated learning among the farmers happening, and link it with the markets, so that it's a one online marketplace for buyer and seller. So the farmer can post their quality, quantity kind of thing as an individual or through an FPO, and we would aid them in liquidating their produce. And also as an e-commerce module wherein the agri inputs, either it may be a fertilizer, pesticide, or a credit, financial services kind of thing, all can be accessed through that, and a lot of collaborations are being on the ground right now. So it's a mobile application basically, and it is customizable to a farmer, and we have the SMSs customized to the local language, and based on the data of farmer, the crop stage and everything, the SMSs can be fine-tuned. And as I was telling about a digital engagement center, so a trained team of agronomists are sitting in the centers to answer the farmer queries there. And least but not the kind of thing is the agri extensions team on the ground, because that is the physical connect, and that's where you know the actual scenario happening at the farm kind of thing. So they help the farmers on using the application, or also in giving us the right inputs from the ground coming in. So these are some of the snapshots of what we are doing in the test phase right now, providing the information to the farmers in terms of various package of practices or some alerts and news items kind of thing. And the farmer has to register in a mobile application, and the problem identification of any pest and disease can also be done to the mobile application. And along with that, the physical delivery of flyers and the posters are also available physically and also through the application, mobile application to the farmers. So in short, the eChopal is an integrated platform orchestrating various stakeholders of value chain for improving the farm incomes and the rural livelihood. And the entire program is focused in producing what the market is required. We call it as produce the buy, not the buy the produce. So if the farmer is able to produce what is market required, then the half of his liquidation problems and the market access problems are solved. So it's as a closing words, I would say that it's a platform providing an integrated solution across the value chain to the farmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashidhar, for a wonderful presentation. And eChopal otherwise is very famous, very widely accepted model, wherein internet platforms are provided, supply chain management interventions are operated digitally, etc. And Shashidhar, if there are any queries, we'll get back to you. But we will, because of time shortage, we'll go to the next presentation. Huh? But you'll be
Definitely, sir. I am online, sir. I am online.
Yeah.
May I now invite the next speaker, Shri Harveer Singh Ji, who will be speaking to us on Agrotech Show to share new knowledge. His experiences of running and managing the media for agricultural extension purposes. Harveer Singh Ji, please.
Harveer Singh Ji is a good friend of extension fraternity, a very well-known journalist, agri-journalist, and good number of IT interventions now he's operating. Has his own YouTube channel. So Harveer Ji, floor is yours for next 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This mic is on. Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the organizers giving me this opportunity to share a presentation on an important subject. Everybody is aware this morning we are seeing this discussion and all, a very important subject. This national dialogue is a very important thing. The subject extension, particularly for the farming community, and basically those who are involved in agriculture. We have just seen this presentation by ITC. They are the basically agro partner, or so we can say, from the industry side, and they are doing their job. So basically, I'll be talking about my role as a media person, or my experience as a media person covering agriculture since last 3 decades. So
in this West gathering, everybody knows that what milestone we have achieved in the past. So how did we have come here? I can say that this 300 million plus food grain production, largest milk producer, second largest producer in horticulture produce. Basically it happened with the help of new technologies, new varieties, and the policy framework, which was suitable to achieve the goal, basically. So, most importantly, if I'm saying that sharing knowledge with farmers is more important, I can say, and without that, it was not possible. This information dissemination process, practices, information about the new varieties or anything which is supposed to be done in agriculture is very important. And the role of Indian farmer, basically, earlier was Indian farmer not well educated, but now things have changed. Now we can say by compulsion or by choice, there are a large number of farmers, those who are in agriculture, but they are well educated. Now they can understand, they can learn fast through any mode of the information dissemination or any demonstration made by the scientist or the extension worker or any expert on the subject. So we have seen this green revolution, white revolution, blue revolution, but what I can say, it was the past. So can we go next slide? So basically now I'm talking about the change. Go to the next. Yes. So the world has changed, socio-economic scenario has changed, knowledge is also getting obsolete very fast. So the objective is to say that this old system will not work now for long. So to achieve the goal which we have now to get achieved in respect of basically to reach that level, I used to discuss with Dr. Paroda that the yield gap is huge. So how to bridge this gap? Or the most important thing is now we are talking in the phase of better farmers' income. Now even government policies have changed. Now everybody talks not only just about production, but the income of the farmer, how to increase the income of the farmer. There are talks about doubling farmers' income, this and that, but definitely with better information, with better knowledge, or the implementation of whatever technology is available, by making it reach the farmer or used by the farmer, only then change can happen, or we can achieve this goal. And again, I'm talking about, because in this hall, everybody is expert on agriculture and technology and the related field. So I'm not talking about that, because technology, our agriculture scientists are using or developing to address the challenges in the agriculture sector and the farmers and the country facing. I'm not talking about that. The technology, there is a lab and on the field everywhere. So it will definitely, it will have many implications to transform agriculture sector in terms of better yield, climate resilient seed and plant varieties, and to make farm practices better, just like this earlier presentation we have seen. Now we are using drone, we are modern technology user now, sensors are being used, or IoT is also there. So many new things are there, and now it is coming to the practice day to day. So, but I'm talking about basically information and communication technology, which is our role. Which is my role as a media person. So this ICT, it has the potential to bring new dimension in the extension system, and it can make extension more efficient and effective. So in terms of basically, here comes the role of the media. Media means it has a lot of range. Media means media products, we can say. So, but there are a lot of print, websites, audiovisual presentation, TV, radio, social media platforms, YouTube, WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, Insta, Telegram, and outdoor publicity. So this is the way basically we need to go there. And you know, the way technology has improved, it has made the things more simple and I think effective, or basically ease of doing or use this kind of technology. And due to this internet technology and mobile connectivity, or we say this convergence of technologies made many things simple in terms of, you see that we have total internet user of more than 76.5 crore in the country, and the growth of 4G network 6.5 times in last 5 years. So it is not just we are seeing everybody having a mobile phone in hand in the cities. Now it has reached to the villages, remote areas, and they are using the internet, maybe for entertainment or for multiple things they are using that. But definitely this has become a very important and very powerful medium to transform or to transfer that information or technology or to make communication effective. And here, after my this completion of as editor of Outlook magazine, and I did regular reporting since last 3 decades on agriculture sector, then I decided why should not we take a step forward in this direction. And here comes, we started this Rural Voice platform. Basically, Rural Voice is a news platform, news analysis information we provide through that. We have 2 websites, one in Hindi, ruralvoice.in, and one in English, eng.ruralvoice.in, and a YouTube platform, Rural Voice In, where we basically release our videos. So as I am saying that technology is a very crucial element for a farmer in his occupation and increase in his income. That's why by sending this information and news stories and articles about agriculture policies or some development on pricing or availability of input material like fertilizer or seed and all these things, these are going there. But at the same time, I had a lot of interaction with many senior person, those who are in the area. In fact, I had interaction with Dr. Paroda also. I had interaction with the DG ICAR, Trilochan Mahapatra, and Dr. A.K. Singh, IRI director. So we thought that we should start a video show because there is a gap on basically information is available, whether the right information is reaching to the farmer or not. To make a audio visual presentation, we started Rural Voice Agritech Show. On 15th of August, member Niti Aayog Ramesh Chand launched this, and carefully we did research to select the subjects. So I'm just showing a glimpse of Rural Voice Agritech Show because this my presentation is only on Agritech Show. So you can start that.
बनानी है मुनाफे की खेती तो अपनानी होगी तकनीक। न्यू इंडिया के स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर है आगे की सोच। 75वें स्वतंत्रता दिवस से रूरल वॉइस का अभियान तकनीक से होगी कृषि।
हाँ, शेयर कर दो. It is part of the video, this presentation. You can. हाँ, चलिए कीजिए, कोई इशू नहीं. So basically, I just wanted to show through that video presentation कि हम लोग on this Rural Voice Agritech Show, उसका structure क्या है, how do we present the show. Basically, we consciously decided it should not be just a one-way thing that one particular technology developed by the institute or expert is talking. So what we are doing here, we are talking as technology which is already in use. Farmers are using that. So because it is easy to adopt, which is around with us, anybody or so. So we selected some 24 topics from different technologies, like whether it is crop or dairy or it is like that. Just you can run through now.
बनानी है मुनाफे की खेती तो अपनानी होगी तकनीक। न्यू इंडिया के स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर है आगे की सोच। 75वें स्वतंत्रता दिवस से रूरल वॉइस का अभियान तकनीक से होगी कृषि में वृद्धि और समृद्ध होगा किसान। स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर, स्मार्ट किसान, भारत का भविष्य, सबको जोड़ेगी रूरल वॉइस एग्रीटेक शो सीरीज। Rural Voice Agri-Tech Show presented by National Cooperative Development Corporation. नमस्कार, मैं हूं हरवीर सिंह। रूरल वॉइस में आपका स्वागत है और हाजिर हूं रूरल वॉइस एग्रीटेक शो प्रेजेंटेड बाय नेशनल कोऑपरेटिव डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन को लेकर के। इस शो में हम कृषि और उसके सहयोगी क्षेत्र से जुड़ी तकनीक के बारे में जानकारी देते हैं, जिसका उपयोग किसान अपनी आर्थिक बेहतरी के लिए कर सकते हैं। इसमें हम लोग तकनीक के बारे में विस्तार से जानकारी देने के लिए एक एक्सपर्ट साइंटिस्ट को लेकर के आते हैं, जो इसके व्यावहारिक पक्ष को समझाता है। साथ ही हम एक ऐसे किसान या उपयोगकर्ता को भी इस शो में लेकर के आते हैं, जो उसके फायदे आपके सामने बताता है। पर्यावरण संरक्षण और हवा की शुद्धता नीति निर्धारकों के लिए एक चुनौती बनी हुई है। हर साल जब सर्दियां आती हैं, उससे थोड़ा पहले हवा कुछ भारी होने लगती है, खास तौर से दिल्ली और एनसीआर के इलाके की। उसकी एक बड़ी वजह के रूप में पंजाब, हरियाणा, पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड में धान का जो पुआल है जलाने को उसकी वजह माना जाता है। बायोमास मैनेजमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी पर बात करने के लिए आज हमारे एक्सपर्ट हैं डॉक्टर इंद्रमणि मिश्रा, जो भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान संस्थान पूसा में एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग विभाग के प्रमुख हैं और क्रॉप रेजिड्यू मैनेजमेंट में नोडल ऑफिसर हैं। आइए बात करते हैं डॉक्टर इंद्रमणि मिश्रा से। तो ये जो एक समस्या है, इसको हल करने के लिए किस तरीके के शोध हुए हैं, तकनीक का इजाद हुआ है?
जब ये समस्या इस तरीके से बढ़ी तो ये सोचा गया कि फसल अवशेष प्रबंधन दो तरह से हो सकता है। एक तो इन सिटू, जब हम कहते हैं खेत की जो जहाँ जिस खेत में पैदा हुआ उसी खेत में उसका प्रबंधन कर दिया जाए। दूसरा ये हुआ कि नहीं, वहाँ से उठा लीजिए और किसी दूसरे काम में लाइए। पहले बताऊंगा कि आप एनर्जी सोल्यूशन है उनको ला करके बेल बना लीजिए। बेलर मशीन है आप अभी उपलब्ध है, बेल बना करके उन्हें ले आ करके और पावर प्लांट हैं उसमें यूज करिए।
एक तो मुझे ये बताइए कि तकनीक जो विकसित हुई है, कैसे आप लोगों ने उसको तैयार किया है और ये किस तरीके से काम करते हैं?
हमने सोचा कि हम एक ऐसे साधारण टेस्ट बनाएं जहां दूध खरीदा जाता है वहां पे ही वो टेस्ट को किया जाए। इसके लिए सर हमने, जैसे मैं एक ये यूरिया की जो पेपर स्ट्रिप दिखा रहा हूँ, इसमें क्या है कि हमने इस तरह का एक स्ट्रिप बनाई है और स्ट्रिप के आगे एक केमिकल से जड़ित एक पेपर लगाया है। हर एक मिलावट के लिए ये पेपर अलग है। आपने जिसमें भी दूध को टेस्ट करना है तो आपने उसमें डिप करना है, उसको निकालना है और इस पेपर का रंग चेंज होगा। इस पेपर का रंग जैसे जैसे चेंज होगा वैसे वैसे आपको मिलावट का अंदाजा होगा।
अब हम बात करते हैं एक ऐसे किसान से जो रिसर्कुलेटिंग एक्वाकल्चर सिस्टम का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि जो रिसर्कुलेटिंग एक्वाकल्चर सिस्टम है, वो आपको ऐसा क्यों लगा कि आपको ये तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए?
सर, हमें रिसर्कुलेटरी एक्वाकल्चर सिस्टम अपनाने की ज़रूरत इसलिए पड़ी क्योंकि आज के टाइम में ज़मीनें कम होती जा रही हैं, हमें पैदावार बढ़ानी है और पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए अब हमें टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करना ज़रूरी था, जो कि मछली के अंदर रिसर्कुलेटरी एक्वाकल्चर जो टेक्नोलॉजी है ये पहली बार देश में हमारे द्वारा इस्तेमाल की गई है। और इस टेक्नोलॉजी का बेनिफिट ये है कि कम पानी से कम जगह से ज़्यादा उत्पादन ले सकें और इस उत्पादन को हमने इस टेक्नोलॉजी से बढ़ाया है, जो कि प्रोडक्टिविटी में एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है।
तो अग्रवाल जी, ये आप जो उत्पादन करते हैं एल्गी का, उसका क्या क्या इस्तेमाल खेती में करते हैं या खेती के अलावा जो दूसरे काम है उसमें भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं?
सर, जो हम लोग जिस एल्गी पे हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, बेसिकली उस एल्गी का नाम अजोला है। तो इसको एज ए फर्टिलाइजर हम लोग नेचुरल फर्टिलाइजर यूज कर सकते हैं। ये नाइट्रोजन का बहुत बड़ा सोर्स होता है। और दूसरा इसका जो यूज है वो एनिमल फीड के रूप में यूज है।
आज के लिए बस इतना ही। हम अगले शो में फिर हाजिर होंगे एक नई तकनीक को लेकर, उसके बारे में जानकारी को लेकर। तब तक के लिए नमस्कार। Basically, I tried to showcase that what we are doing, and the objective was basically, as I was saying, technologies to be covered. Those technologies are already farmers are using. So we are not in basically very latest technology which will go to the farmer. It will take some time, and we are just bringing a scientist to make us understand what is the technology actually, how does it work. Then another element is a farmer.
who is already using it, so that he can explain the practical aspect and how, what kind of benefits he's taking away. So the reason is that if someone is watching this video, so he has three elements. One, the basic information about the technology. Another, one scientist is explaining the exactly the fine detailing of the technology, and the user is the farmer. So that he has all the three elements, or the technology, expert, and the user. If he or she wants to adopt the technology, so it is convincing to you, basically. Like this Ajola, this Jaipur farmer, I received a call from Junjuno, and I made them connected because they want a presentation by that farmer. And like we did some on this small capacity distillation unit for aroma and plants and medicinal plants, basically, and we received mails, calls, because CMAP basically developed very economical technology for that. 2 lakh, 3 lakh, they can do this. So small farmers like those who are growing mint or so, or some lemongrass, so they can use that. So we selected these 24 topics, 14 already we have covered. Rest we are in the process. It is a 1 year fortnightly show, and it is available on our YouTube channel as well as on our partner National Cooperative Development Corporation's YouTube channel. So next slide. So basically then at the same time, we have received a lot of support from scientists, whether IARI or CMAP or NDRI or CIFA, because my always this preference was we should reach to the best scientists, those who are really expert on the technology. And I want to make my show different from the YouTuber show, because you will find so many YouTubers working on agriculture technologies and showcasing some achievements or so. But whether that is that information is really certified or basically correct or not, it is difficult to identify, to basically assess that. Or many times farmers get basically away with that, and result is not like that. So disillusion also happened in that case. So it is taking effort. Definitely, we spent 3-4 days just to create one show. So this is one thing we are doing. And what is my point? Basically, this is for agricultural extension activities. This is basically just to disseminate the information. Use is different. Video or audio visual way to make person understand is always convincing and important. My point is that as this dialogue says, what is happening, what are the new opportunities, and what is the way forward, basically. So if we talk about this way forward, this is our small beginning. We are not a very big organization at this stage. We may increase the frequency, but my point is that there must be more collaboration or partnership between media platforms and the organization, whether institutions from the departments, ministry, state or center, and the research organizations. That partnership must get increased. And it is not just one rural voice or one rural voice agri-tech show. There must be hundreds of rural voice and hundreds of agri-tech show, and in different languages, and based on the requirement of region and the climate condition of the area. So I think if we go this way, so as a media platform, we can change the things. And one thing I can say that print is also important, and agriculture coverage in media space is really squeezing. So it is not more than 2 or 3% if overall you will see, or rural per se. There may be some information about crime or some other activities or some political coverage or so. But in terms of proper information sharing or knowledge sharing from the agricultural sector, and basically to connect the farmers with that, that share is really shrinking. That is the point I want to make here. And in print, I have 2 experience. In 2000, when I was a bureau chief in Amar Ujala, so we started a paper in Haryana. So then I requested my editors to start a page on agriculture. That page survived hardly 1 year. Then in 2014, 12, again I went to the same organization back. Then again I got to restart it. but it was abandoned when I moved from that place to another organization. So Hindu also, I think, stopped publishing agriculture pace like that. So my point is that it should be two-way effort from media as well as from the agricultural institutions or the government. We need knowledge sharing in a big way. And we cannot say that every day we also have a now policy on drone technology or nanotechnology and nano ureas and everything we have. But point is that whether farmer will be able to convincingly adopt the technology or not. And now through this app, there are hundreds of apps, many startups in agri-tech now visible everywhere. But whether they are really transferring the right technology or farmers are following that technology. So I think this in that way, in agro-technology, the institution like ICAR or national, this agriculture research system or state agriculture universities, all institutions have their agricultural arms, extension arms. But since yesterday, since morning, we are talking all this, till tomorrow, it will be discussed. And the reason to have this kind of two-day conference is that we need to do something more in that area. That's why it is here. So I hope that with our small effort, we are going in that direction, and others should also adopt this kind of way. And I hope that we'll fulfill the farmers' requirement of extension through knowledge sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harveer Singh ji. Thank you very much. Now I'll request the next speaker, Mr. Baswaraj Girennavar. He is connected virtually from Bengaluru. Baswaraj ji, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Here. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. Very, very much audible. Please continue.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me for this distinguished event on agricultural extension and looking forward the way forward. And my perspective, and I'll just load 1 second my PPT. Yeah. Sir, confirm me if my slide is visible.
Yes, it is visible, Doctor. Please continue.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you again. I know I'm going to next few minutes through the slide deck talk about extension in the era of digital agriculture and farming 4.0. I represent Creation and also AgriAmp company basically started almost 7 years back with an intent to connect farmers with the information on their mobile phone. Currently, we have 2 million downloads, 100,000 active farmers logging in and getting benefits of information, content, digital agronomy, booking drones, booking online fertilizers and various inputs they need. I would like to share that story, but however, I may not be able to present the company deck, but the way forward, how we're gonna take it, because public institutions, ICAR, SAUs, KVK systems have done phenomenal job. Now, I'm going to talk few points: digital agriculture and enablers of digital agriculture, how this digital agriculture is transforming the landscape of entire extension and extension education, and how we can, once we are there, how we can bring market to this one so that the extension becomes meaningful, and also look at sustainability more from less, in terms of inputs to output ratio or cost benefit ratio, and how this will also pave a way for marketplaces, platform economy, and also if farm becomes a natural factory, how are we gonna position the extension, functionary to look at this one. So I'm gonna touch upon this, the first, the point. The digital agriculture is basically use of, the digital tools, technologies, and also means to connect and integrate agriculture production from, farmers to consumers. And also these technologies are going to be pivotal with the help of, I'll slide this one. Basically, these are the key components or enablers of digital agriculture. Look at today, the use of various sensors, the IT-enabled storage devices, and analytical services, both for farmers who get the information on their mobile phone, or companies which are involved in sharing the information, content creation, and connecting the content to solve the problem and also connect to their business proposition. Two things I just highlighted here. This entire thing is happening because of the smartphones availability and also data availability. Smartphones are ubiquitous now. I believe more than 50% of India and Indian farmers, more specifically Indian farmers, are on WhatsApp. Once they're on WhatsApp, I think they are connected to the entire ecosystem of possibilities in terms of sharing social media content, and which could be used for doing the ag and ag related extension activities. So with these enablers coming in, especially COVID accelerated, the previous speakers spoke about the digital tools, ICT, IT, ITES, which becomes more relevant and more easy to adopt, because many companies, many private institutions are banking and counting on this means to run their business activities. So this could be a learning for ag and ag extension ecosystem and also ecosystem stakeholders. Here I'm showing you, how the digital platforms could transform, bring a new, ecosystem paradigm shift to entire thing. If the farmers are there, they can not only get the information, they can also Uberize the services like drone. The drone is a hot subject now. Many farmers are getting aware of it, and also the utility of it is pretty much known. So in this context, they can book, and also the integration of the services like satellite. You see the right side, the line, it gives you the sort of the stress level of the crop in terms of biotic stress. So you can tailor program in one go. You are addressing many challenges. The extension, the old way of looking at it, and way forward looking at is going to be altogether different, because of the nature in which we are going to bring together the technology and the implementation, and also the basically economic activity will be more connected digitally, and the simple and efficient technologies such as satellite. Here in this one, I'm going to a little bit seek your attention how satellite enabled, ICT enabled simple apps can solve the problem, not just disseminating the information. We have 10,000 farms onboarded to our app. The people can get their stress level on their mobile phone, whether it is a biotic stress or nutritional stress, moisture stress, and if it is existing, at what extent it is impacting their crop. So apart from doing information dissemination, it is identifying the problem, and also in next stage it would be provoking them to act on it through proper solutions available locally and most economically. So I think with that we can get into even digital twins. Basically the extension associates or functionaries can become technology partners or technology enabled solution providers. With the data in our hand, we can extension professionals can see what is exactly happening vis-a-vis what should have been happening. I think I'm talking really big for this one. I actually won Indian Agriculture Grand Challenge, so this is my favorite topic. Wherever there is a sort of information connect happens, that needs to be connecting to the farmers with a market price prediction, powered by basically, again, it is going to be a, one more connect in terms of extending this information where the farmers can take market-led production program leading to a better economic outcomes for them. Basically, again, we are going to count here ICT, we're going to bring in the big data, and we are going to have an app that could be any app, government app, private app like ours, and hence leading to giving a solution which farmers will win at the end of the crop cycle. This is going to be transformative. I'm a big fan of this, and we've been practicing a certain set of data. I think if we connect the production programs, the drone data, satellite data, and put it to big data analysis systems, we know already, as a nation or as a states, we have the demands already in place because we don't keep changing our demands for so-called vegetables and especially top crops, tomato and onion and potato. Once we know this, we have to predict, okay, what is the production coming in and how we can modulate the production program so that the glut or the scarcity won't happen in the market. If we put this powerful data to our extension functionaries, extension programs, there could be a possibility of humongous value delivery to the farmers, and the extension becomes, I think, so robust. The next, another point from my this thing is we are in a climate crisis. We are talking humongous in terms of the carbon footprint, many things. So as all of you know, we are agriculture is one of the biggest, well, necessarily we are part of this one, but we have an opportunity to reduce the emissions. And that could come from as simple as looking at alternative use of agrochemicals. So here we have an opportunity to look at, okay, use the drone, AI, ML, vision is coming. So this thing, how best we can demonstrate and bring this one is another greatest opportunity. I'm talking way forward. It's sounding something different, but I've been imagining last week I was there in California, San Francisco, attending World Agri-Tech Conference. I was like, wow, okay, these things are happening here, and let's make them happen even in India also. Whatever I'm talking, they have a different system. Blue River Technologies is a company. It basically looks at the weed and sprays only to the weeds, and they reduce more than 90% weedicides. Here in India, we have a drone revolution now. If we put the same algorithm to the drone, it will go and spray to the weed, not to the crop. At least in certain crops, in certain geographies, this is possible. Not just only spraying the pesticides, spraying about our nutrient solutions. We all know, those are the technologies which needs to be put across, and brought to the extension, because extension has played a pivotal role. When Dr. Paradasar, when I discussed this few of the things with Dr. Norman Borlaug when I was a student there in Texas A&M, I know how hard it was for extension department, agriculture department, research institutions to take the information. With that challenges, they have won the game. They have took the technology as much as possible. Today, we are self-sufficient, all that is known, success stories. But going forward, the extension will be altogether different because marketplaces are evolving, platforms are coming into play, platform economies are happening. Look at this one. Still, this is nothing to do with, not much to do with the extension, but extension, if plays well, if extension brings the solutions in the digital agriculture, or what we're going to evolve, automated or farming 4.0, in that point in time, we have comprehensive solutions for all the stakeholders, more specifically for the farmers. So I'm a big fan of anything which gets into the field and gets in the hands of the farmers so that they are beneficiaries. Number one. Number two, they also become more sensitive with respect to use of natural resources. It is not just economics alone. Look at the overproduction and dumping on the road. Here I live in near Bangalore. Here in Kolar, very often, more often than not, the tomatoes are put on the road. a loss of economy and economics is one part, and misuse of natural resources is another untold misery of entire wrong production program. So if we put this marketplace and marketplace and platforms together, I think we're gonna solve multiple problems or many problems in one go. So I don't need to talk about the platforms and platform economy, but that's gonna be a redefiner for agriculture. Especially this is happening in few countries like Israel, US, Canada. They I know a few startups are actually working, collaborating, partnering with farmers to produce what is market needed. So there the government or extension associates becomes more of an elaborator, elaborately connecting and facilitating this one. So the point here is, okay, how do we evolve as we adopt the technology? My favorite way forward looking is farm is a natural factory. If we digitize it, if we connect the market, if we connect the customer, let the customer also become party to the production program, digitally, physically, or digitally. In that instance, how do we, bring in the extension? And extension would be like a primer to transition this one. Here we are going to be more economically wise and ecologically sustainable. If that is going to be happening thing in next, say, 5 years, 10 years, for sure in 20 years, I'm going to see this happening. But if we make this early, how extension professionals, extension functionaries can visualize this and become forerunners or champions of, taking not just the information, but the solution. Not just one dimension, but the sustainability for all the stakeholders, more so with ecological and climate context. I just don't want to talk, but I'm going to again give the industry 4 is happening, and agriculture or farming 4.0 is gonna happen. How are we gonna visualize and position this? The research has to happen, academia research, and everything has to be tested so that we come full circle in terms of being relevant there. So I just wanted to say that 4.0, farming 4.0 or agriculture 4.0, however you're going to call it, it's going to be reality in next 5 to 10 years. We have seen this one with telecom or mobile revolution happening here in India. And it is going to happen, and India is going to be the leader. Last week, my team went to Egypt to implement our Agri-App technology stack. And I was like, conservative, but they were like asking, okay, can you pull entire thing, drone to satellite to digital to, and make it, work for us? I was like super excited because we wanted to go one step with them, and we are modeling here in Bangalore and see how best we can connect all the dots and pull them together as a stack for agri-tech, leading to information downloading to advisory to intervention in terms of IoT, IoT to then applying backend here, big data, vision, AI, ML. If it could be done, the agriculture 4.0 will be here. But the question is, how are we gonna purpose or repurpose ourselves as an extension is going to be the key. I'm going to sum it up my presentation by mentioning these 5 bullet points. New extension methods which needs to be evolving from here to be relevant for next 10-15 years is the playing fields will be different, and hence new need for new approaches. Physical is going to be physical and then digital. How are we going to repurpose? How are we going to present ourselves to the changing is a key thing. And very important is agri, I'm an agri guy, BSc Agri, MSc Agri, PhD Agri, when I see that cross learnings from IT, ICT, Web 1, 2, 3, Web 3 is happening. and the products and services which are matured so much so that there is a great opportunity for us to cross-learn and apply to agriculture. I see there is a great amount of scope when we look at the banking sector, when we look at the manufacturing, finance, we can apply that and test and apply and bring the fruits of this, industries which have enjoyed a great deal of, benefits from the technology. So cross learnings is a key. Next is digital first and problem specific will make extension a super hit program. If we, why digital first? Any program and digital is a scalable, and we can easily switch across to the geographies, to the language. Pretty much problems I do understand vary with the place or the people. By and large, when it comes to the science of soil, science of water, or tech of water, science of nutrition or pest management, pretty much they remain the same. However, they vary. So if we have a digital first approach, we can hasten or quicken the process of translating this one. The fourth point I'm going to mention is engineering principles for extension and use a powerful method. See, there is a design thinking and agile approach. This has redefined the way probably we have seen the mobile phones in your hand. Every year there is every 6 months, every year there is a new version of the mobile phone. How do they do that? They do the design thinking and agile approach. I think extension functionaries, I have done myself from lead business schools and understood how the tech people take that approach, methodologies benefit. So this is need for us to come up with a design thinking and agile approach and methodologies so that we are going to learn and become more relevant. The last, standardize the solutions and use AI ML to scale and also localize the extension solutions. See, there is a AI ML. If done well, crop protection could be automated. Making automation is going to be the key because new generation of the farmers are going to be demanding different. A phone for them is the kind of go-to place. If they, I've been doing this one. If I get any doubt, I Google. Here the new gen farmers or new gen agri producers, farm people will have a smartphone, and with a voice assistance, we can do this AI/ML enabled crop protection, extension activities, production, protection, nutrition, production, even taking the new technologies to them.
Basavaraj, yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I think I'm done. Thank you again. And I know I think I'm timed out if I'm correct. So I'm going to stop here and look forward to any comments or advices. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Basavaraj. Thank you very much. Thank you for a very good presentation. And towards end, we will highlight some of your submissions. Dr. Gowda, we can go for the next.
Thank you, Dr. Basavaraj. Very nice and thought-provoking ideas shared. Now we will move on to the next speaker, Dr. Sheikh and Mira. Dr. Mira, are you connected? He is joining us from Cairo. Dr. Mira?
Here, yeah, thank you. I'm just sharing my presentation.
Yeah.
Can you see my slides?
Not yet, not yet.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Now.
Can you please put it in a presentation? Yeah, right now it's presentation mode. Please go ahead.
Great. Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a wonderful presentation from Dr. Basavaraj, and it's like a cherry on the cake. He spoke about the advanced digital tools and the agriculture 4.0, and also full stack agriculture.
which are my favorite subjects. And now in next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to speak about how to operationalize agriculture 4.0 and also like full stack thinking with the perspective of extension. With that, like I am thankful for this opportunity, and I chose to speak on future of digital extension, full stack thinking and actionable approach. We all live in a world that is becoming increasingly complex. Unfortunately, our styles of thinking rarely match with this kind of complexities. And in this context, the extension is transforming everywhere across the globe, and touching upon the most practical and empirical extension-based evidences, I'd like to speak for next 20 minutes on maybe like 10 critical yet very simple aspects. The first one is digital transformation potential, which could be harnessed by the extension systems. And the next generation farms and farmers are never going to be the same as we have been dealing with in last 40, 50 years or so. So there comes the emergence of the new extension with advanced digital tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, unmanned aerial vehicles, IoT suits, as Dr. Baswaraj was mentioning. And how do we contextualize? That is the crux of the matter. And I am going to bring the full stack extension perspective by linking the extension efforts, public sector and private sector digital extension with what is known as like Government of India's digital ecosystem for agriculture. And how do we bring this kind of full stack virtual field to the real field? By thinking about the full stack platform-based approaches and digital solution-based approaches, and linking that to whatever extension organizations are doing currently. And one underlying factor which we all should be aware is bringing data-centric perspective. Is future is going to be record or regret. Like if we are not going to record as KVK system, we are going to regret. Down the line 4 or 5 years from now, is going to be the complete matrix, which is going to define the way we are handling extension. And there was a reference about platform-based approaches. And I wanted to speak about platform-based extension. How do the extension organizations down the line 2 years from now can bring science-based insights from the public extension to the platform-based approaches which Dr. Baswaraj was mentioning. And eyes in the sky and feet on the ground. Never forget that while we are keeping eyes in the sky, we always should keep our feet on the ground. So some of the actionable approaches, what is that we can do as extension organizations for next 2 years? Or maybe what is that way forward for a medium term plan? Like in digital extension, if you speak about a medium term plan of more than 8 years, it is not justifiable. Digital technologies are evolving so fast. Let's talk only about mobile and cloud-based computing extension services. As the World Economic Forum 2018 says, if 275 to 350 million farms gain access to the mobile-based extension services at macro level globally, it is quite possible to increase the food production to the extent of 250 to 500 million tons. And also further, we can reduce the crop food losses to the extent of 20 to 65 million tons. At farmers level, it will contribute to the total additional income of 100 to 200 billion US dollars, which is quite amazing. And when you take the farming technology as a core, if you can transfer the smart technologies down the line 30 years from now, will contribute to 70% increase in the global crop value, crop production value and market value. And this shows the potential of digital transformation in agri-food systems. This kind of huge untapped potential has already been realized by many extension organizations across the globe, and multiple bundled. Yeah, can you hear me, sir? There is a disturbance.
Yes, please continue. We are hearing you.
There are multiple sources in last 10 years or so, whatever little I could do in digital extension sphere. Multiple sources have proven that if only we are going to provide demand-driven, accessible, affordable, applicable, and underlying bundled digital services in extension advisories, providing the market access and financial access to the smallholder farmers. The results are amazing. I am not speaking theory. In last 10 years in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and maybe like Asia, especially in South Asian studies, they have emphatically mentioned that it is the extension which is going to make a difference in future bundled digital services, which are going to be time critical and mission critical for the smallholder farmers. Some of us are aware that the future of agri-food systems, if we are not aware as extension organizations, we are going to fail. Like the future agri-food systems are getting transformed at rapid pace with the transformative 12. If you see the disruption is happening like in the food sensing technologies or alternate proteins or big data analytics and advanced analytics. Even the production and consumption is going to be based on the nutrigenetics and personalized choices. In that context, the extension is going to be tremendously under pressure until unless we are going to harness the advanced digital tools. As I was mentioning, 4 or 5 years is a longer time in the digital revolution aspects. If I can give you an example of Internet of Things, like the agricultural productivity and wastages can be reduced and productivity could be increased to the extent of 70%, and the crop damages could be reduced to the extent of 25%. You imagine what kind of benefits you are bringing to the doorsteps of those smallholder farmers who are doing their farming in 1 acre or 2 acre lands. For that, we need to really be thinking about the advanced digital tools. In response to that kind of potential, which I spoke for last 4-5 minutes, what is that we did in the name of digital extension in last 1.5 decades or so, is working on isolated digital tools on pilot projects based on content management systems or management information systems. Most of the time we get confused with the extension, and maybe off late, people started using the sensory technologies, maybe Internet of Things and all those things. Now in last 2 years, there is an agri-tech and fintech emergence. Ecosystem is emerging at a faster pace, but the public extension doesn't have a clue, even though they are going to play an important role in leveraging on the strengths of agri-tech and fintech revolution that is happening. For this, the future of agri-food systems and hence the future of extension should be capable of very, very responsive as far as technology uptake is concerned. I happen to be working on digital extension for last 2 decades or so. With whatever little I could do in Asia, Africa, and Central Asia and Europe, we analyzed more than 3,500 state-of-art digital extension projects. And I can tell you that you name any single pain point that is existing in the smallholders agricultural value chain or life cycle, there is already an empirical evidence wherein which the digital extension has already proven to be successful. I'm only talking about the smallholders farmers, that too in African context and Asian context and Indian context, whether it is in crop production, extension, or providing the market access, even the platform-based approaches and bulk purchases, and even the financial inclusion, including the insurance, remittances, and the credit-based scoring and the value chain approaches. But the thing is, this is not something which we should be really proud of. It is in that context, we have analyzed around 850 agri-tech and fintech agencies across the globe, which tried to provide the retail-like experiences to the smallholder farmers with precision agriculture technologies, are providing the real-time mission-critical market access services, including the aggregation services for the small marketable surplus to the smallholder farmers, access to the extension services, which are not even at customized level. I am talking about personalized farm level and farmers level, and including the farmer level financial inclusion, and Aadhaar enabled or unique ID enabled extension services. If you can really take the cues from the AgTech and FinTech ecosystem that has emerged already in India and across the globe, particularly in Africa and Asia, we can do wonders not only as public sector extension agencies, but also as a conglomeration of pluralistic extension players. And we also made an analysis of how this digital extension has been transformed in last 2 decades or so. Like first we started with the digital advisory services. We thought that a revolution, next generation revolution will come. Now we have moved then to the digital procurements, e-commerce, and then slowly digital extension has moved towards providing the digital financial services, which is very, very crucial. I'll just deal with some of the most successful case studies in due course. And finally, the smart farming technologies. Unfortunately, as extension agencies, we have to dig deeper into what are those issues which afflict the extension functionalities, whether it is at public extension organization level or private extension organization level. We came across around 10 critical issues. If we are going to address this kind of 10 critical issues, I am sure that India is going to make a dent as far as the future of digital extension is concerned. Some of the issues are they are all process driven. As I was mentioning, the management information systems and reporting and monitoring evaluation using the digital technologies are often confused with the digital extension services. We need to bring the actual extension farmers farm for perspective to the digital extension. And they're all not real time, let us call a spade spade. And also they are not data driven. How do we do that? I'm going to speak about that in next 10 minutes or so. And there is a little reuse, like the way KVKs are doing wonderful digital extension work, the way Manage has been working on wonderful digital extension activities. And we need to really replicate, reuse, and improvise this kind of digital solutions into the platforms. I'm going to give the complete value chain approaches with the most practical, practical activities which should be undertaken by all of us down the line 2 years from now. As Dr. Baswaraj was mentioning, I will try to bring the extension perspective. And on the right side of next 5 slides, you will already see the empirical evidences which we have documented with the extension perspective. It is no longer a theory. Now the agricultural automation in the smallholder context and automation in post-harvest processing, grading, precision farming technologies. You name any pain point, I can give you at least a couple of examples where extension systems have already deployed this kind of advanced digital tools. And the blockchain technologies is not Bitcoin, as many of us get confused. We from International Fund for Agricultural Development, which is an UN agency, we have excellent use cases wherein which blockchain technologies have been used in enhanced supply chains for the smallholder farmers, poor farmers, and in overseeing the farm inventory and linking it to direct benefit transfers. And then traceability, we have from our own Bihar and maybe Tamil Nadu and many states, how blockchain, even the simple RFID technologies and QR codes were used for farm produce traceability, which would ultimately benefit the smallholder farmers. But only thing is we need to really optimize this kind of technologies to suit to the smallholder farmers with a few aggregation models, which are already available and which I have published a couple of blogs already. Because of want of time, the point which I am trying to make is whether it is drones, we identified 24 applications which would benefit the smallholder farmers, which could be grabbed by the extension agencies readily. And when the Indian National Agriculture Research System is already on its way for high throughput phenotyping using the drones, why not use the drones for high throughput extension as well for profiling, targeting, and as many as 24 applications could be customized and brought to the doorsteps of the smallholder farmers. And beautiful examples we can bring as far as Kisan drone applications are concerned, wherein which like simple on-farm testing of KVKs can get transformed into drone-based. Like this is something which we have recommended in recent meetings to the All India Coordinated Improvement, like Rice Improvement Project, wherein which every single plot could be like phenotyping could be captured using like thermal imaging from drone applications and also like proximity devices. Wonderful things are already being done in Indian national research system, and it is high time that in the extension system, this kind of like applications of drones in the context of smallholder farmers with the aggregation and Uber modeling, Uberization model could be possible. And the artificial intelligence is no longer a theoretical concept. In last 3 years, we have already worked on like few, like we are all aware of Plantix application or late flight of potato, like with Geo Potato, like application in Bangladesh, are using like artificial intelligence, like algorithms for crop tea, like which is a project in Philippines, the machine learning for smarter seed selection. You can dig deeper into like disease diagnostics, precision spraying, you name anything which will benefit to the extent of 800 rupees to 1200 rupees per acre for a smallholder farmer with the advanced digital tools. That is the place like where extension interventions should really like take place. If this kind of technology, yes, sir. Yeah. Then like Internet of Things. Imagine like Colorado University is working on like 300 rupees to 400 rupees like sensors which are biodegradable, which can sense around like 8 indicators, which can automate the smallholder farmers like crop protection and crop production management technologies. And it is this kind of like technologies and customizing to suit to the smallholder farmers that extension should be working on. How do we do that practically? I have 3 or 4 more slides. Like already Government of India is working on the agri ecosystem, which is called like a digital ecosystem for agriculture, wherein which the idea core, national layer and state layers are already being built with what is known as AgriStack. That is one area which should be entry point for the KVK knowledge network to bring in the real-time data, weather, markets, direct benefit transfers from different Government of India schemes, and artificial intelligence, machine learning analytics for crop diagnostics, or maybe disease forecasting, or maybe like crop management technologies like advisories, and all those things can work like KVK network, knowledge network can really work on the common building blocks and the reference building blocks at nation layer. Then the state agricultural universities and ATMAs can take it to the state level by integrating what is known as the full stack concept. Like if you see like a research institute, outlets, for the want of time, I will not get into the details, but I'll just give the glimpses of what should be done in next 2 or 3 years. Like integrated KVK stack really should be working on the AgriTech integration lab. Like we all know that like around 1200 like AgriTech fintech agencies are operating in India. Like we all are like appreciating the efforts of this AgTech and fintech, but the point is like every single AgTech and fintech agency requires the science-based insights that should come from the KVKs. That's where I see a lot of potential for the KVK stack, whether it is like completely data-centric KVKs, or maybe digital learning platforms, or maybe like artificial intelligence or machine learning based chatbots, which are voice-based. I'll just get into those details. The point which I am trying to make is for research institute outlets, like maybe like frontline extension, like KVK stack, or maybe for the development departments, the AgriSnet and the Atma should get transformed with the Uber aggregation models and chatbots, and transforming our extension, digital extension, into individual specific extension farm management. That is something which I will explain in a while from now. The point is, how do we bring this kind of full stack perspective to the ongoing activities of KVKs? We are all aware of what is KVK doing, but the thing is like with the farmer data, logbooks, weather advisories, FLD, OFT data, we can do really wonders. Data is oil, which is valuable. Data is water, which is reusable. With this, whatever extension we have been witnessing with descriptive and diagnostic extension, we can really advance ourselves into the predictive analytics and maybe like prescriptive extension. For that, we need to be ready with revamping of KVK application, Kisan Sardi or Kisan like 2.0 with the state of our algorithms, which are already worked out to be successful. And we need to move our KVK and the public sector extension as the full stack from individual talking about digital tools to the digital solutions and then to the digital platform level. As a centralized agency, if KVK system is not going to do that with the kind of data, and I can give you that with 3 million of questions which were answered, the Kisan call center or KVK network, Kisan Sardi or M-Kisan portal, you can precisely predict with the like artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is one example which I am trying to give with the insights on onion disease infestation in Ahmednagar throughout the year. This is something. And also like with the conservative estimates of 750 kVKs on an example, like for an example, 2 queries per day, if they are answering like with their voice, we are getting like 4.5 lakh answers, which are voice based. And 750 kVKs, 2 WhatsApp messages. So you all know that you are doing wonderful job with maybe on an average 20 or 30 WhatsApp messages each KVK is transmitting. Where is this voice is going? Like if you can really focus on this kind of millions of voice-based like personalized advisories which are going, and you run the algorithms and you have a completely like KVK driven integrated multi-language national chatbot. This is something which we tried in like Egyptian government. And our actionable approach second will be transforming the KVK portal or AgriSnet portals into the farm management systems. When a single farmer with a specific farm, when he opens your application, he or she should be in a position to get the time critical and mission critical management advisories. For all these things, we need like capacity support, and we can also like transform the seed systems with KVK centric approaches. And we have provided this kind of like services to many governments. And as morning, like Honorable DG was mentioning about one district, one product, you can do wonders with GIS remote sensing and drone-based applications, and also like farm trades of evaluation tools. You can really work on the futuristic digital extension aspects. Next 2 slides, like I'm going to like give the way forward. We need to really think about like come out of the technology fad, like discussing about one technology tool, digital tool or digital solution or digital project. We should not like no longer get excited. We need to bring this process driven and technology fad from that stage to the output, outcome and impact driven digital approaches. How do we do that? We need to move all our collective digital extension actions from digital tools to digital solutions, and then one step ahead, the collaborations, and then another step like platform-based approaches, which are quite successful across the globe. Like, and now with a couple of examples which I tried to give, we need to work on the real-time responsive and farm and farmer specific extension. Easier said than done, but I can tell you with the kind of efforts which are made by the extension agencies, particularly KVK's, Atma state departments, with the kind of leadership which is existing, I really feel that India should be the leader in showcasing the advanced digital extension like platform-based approaches, which is going to be completely programmatic. It is not going to be like project-based approach. For this, most of these like 1200, 1250 AgTech, FinTech, they are going to the smallholder farmers and collecting the data, and farmers are not aware of the value of the data. If not KVK or State Department of Agriculture, who is going to be the custodians or helping the smallholder farmers to realize the importance of data? For that, KVK should also work on the agriculture data policy, simultaneously working on the ecosystem and value chain based approaches. The actionable approaches very pinpointedly, short term means like maybe down the line 2 years from now. Like we should be working on from push-based to pull-based approaches. A farmer should pull. When you have like 1200 like mobile applications in agriculture, we should not boast of that we have as many as 1200 mobile applications. We need one single interface which should come from KVK or Atma, like Bhim, Bharat interface for money. Like it is quite possible with unified ICR mobile interface, if you are working on in next 2 years, you can really bring all these mobile applications content to the farmer specific, time critical, mission critical advisory level. Second thing, mapping of digital extension. I'm not talking about conventional digital extension, but we need to work on across the geographies, sectors, value chains, farmers profiles. We need to work on one KVK, one consortium mode, wherein which at least 1 year, one matchmaking workshop, bringing the AgTech, FinTech agencies to the doorsteps of KVKs and working on one consortium so that a full stack solution is provided to maybe 10,000 farmers in a KVK jurisdiction. One Atari, one state, one disruptive extension. Work on Kisan drone optimization, 24 services, at least in one Atari, are making use of blockchain or RFID technologies for traceability, and how best the value chain approaches can benefit the smallholder farmers, and bundled extension, how IoT suits and social media metrics. No longer we should be talking about like WhatsApp groups should be established for disseminating the extension. We should be talking about using Gephi techniques and network graph theories to analyze the trends, what is happening in a particular village or cluster of villages. And finally, like ICR KVK managed led Agri-Tech FinTech Integration Lab. This is not like bringing all the AgTech companies like information onto a platform. It is much beyond that. This is something which Samunnati started working on, but with the extension perspective, I feel that KVK and Manage should take the lead. Medium term, next 4 years or like 8 years from now, you should be working on knowledge skill innovation centers, bringing this kind of KVK, KS, ICs, a full stack intermediary, digital extension intermediary platform, wherein which you will not only facilitate the AgTech and FinTech extension, which is going on at a faster pace, much like advanced traction is found. And we should also be working on self-service extension farm management. It looks so theoretical when it could be tried with the feature phones in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, like Northern Uganda, 5 years back. We can actually do the wonders with the kind of leadership that is existing, and facilitate the full stack, integrate with what government of India is doing under the honorable leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Now, like that kind of platform full stack approach will bring ICR or KVK system or maybe Atma systems or State Department of Agriculture in the leadership position with the platform approaches. And then like metrics-based learning. This is something when YouTube can provide analytics-based learning opportunities, offering the videos, why not like KVK or whatever, like I happen to hear like my predecessor, lots of videos, like you can bring the reusable learning object concept into this. All these videos could be translated into reusable learning objects of 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, and just dump it into an algorithm based like a database, and every farmer will be in a position to pull the information. To that extent, we need to really make the changes in the structural and functional components of extension. We are already doing that. Why? Because like 10-15 years back, none of the agriculture officers who joined in the Department of Agriculture was like asked to like register for the like Kisan call center. Now it is there in the job chart. It is in that context, the structural and functional transformation of extension organizations are happening. To that extent, we need to build the capacities across the gamut of digital agriculture and precision agriculture. For that, digital integration skills with agri-science. Agri-science is going to be like the kingpin. Like it is not that like IT companies or AgTech and FinTech agencies can bring revolution without having the agricultural insights or maybe science-based insights coming from the KVKs. To that extent, the future of extension, like the professionals, need to focus on the digital skills, wherein which they will be in a position to integrate the big data analytics, socioeconomics, spatio-temporal data with what exactly is required, or what is the pain point which we are trying to address in the agri-food system. And also that is what we keep calling as precision extension. Because of want of time, I did not dig deeper into this, but I will be more than happy to share the actionable agenda items for
Thank you,
for
thank
the
you, Doctor.
organization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Meera, thank you. It was really a very exhaustive presentation, very informative, thought-provoking. Definitely, you have listed a lot of action points for the not only the frontline extension system as well as the main extension system. Thank you. We will come back to you for discussion at the end of this session. Now we will move to the last speaker of this session, Shri Balwinder Singh Ji, who is the CEO of a farmer producer organization. He is here with us. Personally, he is here. Thank him so much. Balwinder Singh Ji, you have another 15 minutes time. Balwinder Singh Ji will speak in Punjabi, but his slides are in English. Any difficulties, we will definitely translate some of the highlights of his presentations.
Thank you, sir. ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਟਾਸ ਦਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੋਲਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ, ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਂ ਗਲਤੀ ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗਣਾ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੋਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ ਆ ਮੇਰੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਆ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਬਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ, CEO ਜਾਗਤੀ FPO ਮਾਕਵਾਲ ਅਜਨਾਲਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ। ਸਾਡੇ ਮਤਲਬ 285 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨੇ FPO ਦੇ, ਜੋ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਹੋਲਡਰ ਆ 215 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। 500 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨੇ ਟੋਟਲ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰ ਜੀ 41 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਵੂਮੈਨ ਨੇ ਤੇ 12 ਸ਼ਡਿਊਲ ਕਾਸਟ ਤੇ 10 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਲੇਡੀਜ਼ ਫਾਰਮਰ। ਤੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਹੋਲਡਰ ਸਾਡਾ 2,85,000 ਤੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਮੈਚਿੰਗ ਗ੍ਰਾਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਬਾਰਡ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ 2,85,000 ਮੈਚਿੰਗ ਗ੍ਰਾਂਟ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾਲ FPO ਨੂੰ ਚਲਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਤੇ ਟੋਟਲ ਲੈਂਡ ਹੈਕਟੇਅਰ ਸਾਡੀ FPO ਦੀ 428 ਹੈਕਟੇਅਰ ਆ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਜੀ। ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਜੀ ਕਸਟਮਰ ਹੈਰਿੰਗ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਸਾਡਾ CHC ਦਾ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਫਕੋ ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਡਿਸਟਰੀਬਿਊਟਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਇਫਕੋ ਦੀ ਲਈ ਕੈਟਲ ਫੀਡ ਦੀ। ਤੇ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਸੀਡ ਫਰਟੀਲਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਪੈਸਟੀਸਾਈਡ। ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀਟ ਪੈਡੀ ਤੇ ਬਾਸਮਤੀ ਤੇ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਏਜੰਟ ਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੇਨ ਨੇ ਇਹ 'ਚ। ਤੇ ਕਸਟਮਰ ਹੈਰਿੰਗ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਜੈਗਰੀ ਮਸਟਰਡ ਆਇਲ ਤੇ ਪਲਸੇਜ ਹੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਨੀ। ਤੇ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੈਗਰੀ ਦੀ ਮਸਟਰਡ ਆਇਲ ਪਲਸੇਜ ਤੇ ਅੰਡਰ ਐਂਡ ਨੇਮ ਜਾਗਦੀ FPO ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਜੀ ਇਹਦੇ। ਤੇ ਫਾਈਨਾਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਟਰਨਓਵਰ ਹੈ FPO ਦੀ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸਾਲ 2018 ਚ 19 ਲੱਖ ਰੁਪਈਆ ਸੀ। 2019 ਚ ਮਤਲਬ 4 ਗੁਣਾ ਵੱਧ ਕੇ ਸਾਡੀ 83 ਲੱਖ ਰੁਪਈਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਜੀ ਟਰਨਓਵਰ ਜੀ। ਤੇ 2020 ਚ 1 ਕਰੋੜ 43 ਲੱਖ ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਅਸੀਂ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਮਤਲਬ ਲਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਏਜੰਟ ਦਾ। ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਮਤਲਬ 20 ਰੁਪਏ ਮਤਲਬ ਪੈੜੀ ਦੇ ਤੇ 15 ਰੁਪਏ ਵੀਟ ਦੇ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟ ਸੀਡਿੰਗ ਮਤਲਬ ਵਾਟਰ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ PAU ਲੁਧਿਆਣਾ ਤੇ ਨਬਾਰਡ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਇੰਟਰਗ੍ਰੇਟਡ ਪੈਸਟ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਾਸਮਤੀ ਰਾਈਸ ਉਹ PAU ਤੇ ਨਬਾਰਡ ਦੀ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨੇ ਜੀ। ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ FPO ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਬਾਰਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਿਲੇ ਜੀ 8,76,000 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਤੇ 2,85,000 ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਚਿੰਗ ਗ੍ਰਾਂਟ ਮਿਲੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ 8,50,000 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਉਹਦੀ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। FPO ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਪਹਿਲੋਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਸੈਲਫ ਹੈਲਥ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੀ ਜੀ। ਸੈਲਫ ਹੈਲਥ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਸੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ, ਜਾਂ ਐਗਜੀਬਿਸ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਮਤਲਬ FPO ਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਅਗਾਂਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਸਹੂਲਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ, ਮਤਲਬ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ FPO ਮਤਲਬ ਨਬਾਰਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ FPO ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਗਾਈਡੈਂਸ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ ਉਹ PAGU ਲੁਧਿਆਣਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾਤਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਸਟੇਟਾਂ ਤੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਆ, ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਅਦਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਵੱਧ। ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ CRM ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ FPO ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਹ ਫੋਕਸ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਨ ਮਕਸਦ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਆਬਜੈਕਟਿਵ ਹੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਖੁਦ ਵੀ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 12 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਖੁਦ ਹੀ 13 ਏਕੜ ਦੀ ਖੇਤੀ ਖੁਦ ਹੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਰੀ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਕਦੀ ਅੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਈ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ, ਜਾਂ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਪੈੜੀ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਬਚਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ 428 ਹੈਕਟੇਅਰ ਆ ਇਹ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਅੱਗ ਲਾਉਂਦਾ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਯੂਥ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਯੂਥ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਵੀ ਦੇਈਦਾ ਨਾਲ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਦੇਈਦੀ ਆ। 100 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਪਰ ਏਕੜ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਈਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਏਕੜ ਉਹ ਬੀਜ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ 100 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ 10 ਕਿੱਲੇ ਬੀਜੇ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਯੂਥ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਕਾਫੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕਰਨੇ ਫਸਟ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਰਾਉਂਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਬੁਕਿੰਗ ਕਰਾਉਂਦਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੋਂ, ਦੂਸਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚੋਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਰੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ। ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਮਲਚਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਸਟ ਬੜੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜੇ ਕੱਲੇ ਸੰਦ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਸਟ ਬੜੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨੇ, ਜੋ 2 ਏਕੜ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਾਂ 5 ਏਕੜ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਛੋਟੇ ਜ਼ਿਮੀਂਦਾਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਾਪ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਜੀਡਿਊ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਲਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਸਤੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਸੀ। ਕੱਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਿਮੀਂਦਾਰ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹਿੰਗੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ FPO ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਸੁਪਰ ਸੀਡਰ ਆ, 3 ਹੈਪੀ ਸੀਡਰ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਚੌਪਰ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਮਲਚਰ ਆ, 2 ਰੋਟਾਵੇਟਰ, 2 ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਟ੍ਰਿਲ ਆ ਜੀ। ਟੋਟਲ 10 ਸੰਦ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਜੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਟਰਨ-ਓਵਰ ਆ ਵਾ 5,27,735 ਰੁਪਏ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਡੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਰੇ FPO ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਆ ਮਤਲਬ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਤਲਬ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁੜ ਦੀ ਕਰਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਦਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ, ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਮੇਲਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਜੀ। FPO ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟੀਕਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਕਾਗਜ਼ੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਕਾਗਜ਼ੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ 1 ਜਨਵਰੀ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਖੁਦ ਹੀ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ, ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ CEO ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਕਦੀ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਰਾਜਵੀਰ ਨੇ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸੁਖਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਾਡੇ PAGU ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ ਵੈਸੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਲੱਗਾ। 1-2 ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਨਵਾਂ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਫ਼ਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਤਲਬ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਮਤਲਬ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜੀ। ਤੇ 2 ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਸੁਪਰ ਸੀਡਰ ਦੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੀ ਆ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਆ ਦੀ ਸਲਾਈਡ ਦੀ। ਬਾਕੀ ਥੈਂਕਸ। ਮੈਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਚਲੋ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੰਡੀ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਆ ਵੀੜ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਪੈੜੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਹੀ ਪਤਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੇ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਵੱਡੀ ਘੜਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੀ ਕਿ ਘੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟ ਉਹ 'ਚ 50-60 ਲੱਖ ਰੁਪਏ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਜਦ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਤੋਂ ਕੰਮ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਐਪੀਓ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਜੁੜੇ ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਮੰਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਏਕੜ ਦੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਣਕ ਦੇਣੀ ਇਹ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਇਹਦਾ ਜੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸਾਲ 25 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਚ ਬਗੈਰ ਐਡਵਾਂਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆੜਤੀਏ ਮਤਲਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਲਾਲ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੀਸਰਾ ਸਾਲ ਹੈ ਸਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ 1 ਕਰੋੜ ਮਤਲਬ 1 ਕਰੋੜ 43 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਬਗੈਰ ਐਡਵਾਂਸ ਹੈ 1 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤਿਆਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਕੀ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਖਰੀਦ ਕਰਨੇ ਪਰ ਕੁਇੰਟਲ 15 ਰੁਪਈਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਦੇਈਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੇਂਦਰ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ
That's so actually he is having a commission agent license from marketing board, and what he is telling that he is giving 15-20 rupees more from his commission also to the farmer who is bringing produce to his market, and even they are dividing that share in all the members. Upon that also he is giving 15 for wheat and 20 for paddy to the farmers from commission that he is getting from the government. And that's why the farmers are with him in 285 are their members, and 215 are the farmers who are working in their area, and they are taking services from CSC, and they are having a happy seeder, rotavator, super seeder, mulcher, and like that all machinery that can have crop residue management services they can provide over there. And even they have hired the youngsters who can operate that machinery, and first they train them, and then and even what he is doing, he is giving 100 rupees to the farmer who operate his machinery in his field on hiring basis, so that to lure the farmers, so that they stop burning, they incorporate in situ that residue that is left after the harvesting of the paddy. That things he is doing, and he is doing from his heart. That's the thing, sir.
Okay. ਬਾਕੀ ਸਰ ਜੀ
and even sir for
ਮੈਂ 15-16 ਚ ਸਾਡੀ ਐਪੀਓ ਬਣੀ ਸੀ 2000 ਮੇਰੇ 18 ਚ 25 ਜੂਨ 2018 ਮੇਰਾ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਨਬਾਰਡ ਵਾਲੇ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਐਪੀਓ ਮਤਲਬ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
he was operating a rotavator in his field, and his arm got stuck in that rotavator.
ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਪੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਨੀਚੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਣ ਦਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਹੀ ਖੜਿਆ ਸੀ
And even 4 months he and even he is having dealership from that IFCO for animal feed also, sir. He is distributing, he's dealing with that also, sir. Thank you, sir.
ये सारा फिर हमारे स्पीकर्स ने प्रेजेंटेशन उनका इंटरवेंशंस हो चुके हैं, and now in the beginning I spoke to Madam Neelam Patel. I did not know Madam Neelam अभी है क्या, थोड़ा कंफर्म करना पड़ेगा. मैडम देख लीजिए. मैडम है, देख लीजिए. I think we can request her for concluding remarks.
Sir, I'm here, sir.
madam,
Sir,
now
I have attended full session. They have keep me muted, so therefore I could not speak. Now they have.
तो आपको conclude करना है, madam.
Yes, sir.
And you heard.
Yeah,
You know,
I heard all 5 presentation.
Yeah. Madam, over to you, please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And first, the convener of the session, chairman of this session, Dr. Sadamate ji, very senior mentor for us, and Dr. Gowda, who is co-chair, and Madam Rashmi Singh, and all the delegates who are offline, online connected with this conference. And first, I would like to congratulate all the speakers for their outstanding presentation. They have covered all the aspects, and sir, I can tell you in last 6 months, this is the first time I have attended 2:30 to now, all the presentations. And sir, what is coming to my mind that yes, there are few areas where we can work further. And pertaining to collaboration with these private institutions and organizations and with our KVKs. So our mentor, Dr. R.S. Parodaji is there. I think he will take note of it. So first, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me and Niti Aayog in this very important session. And sir, I would like to bring it here that Niti Aayog are already working with ITC. And we have used their solutions, each of all, in various villages in our aspirational districts program. And several of our farmers are taking benefits of this each of all technology. So there's opportunities there to scale it up with our KVKs. And sir, it is also very pertinent that our private partners are having solutions of their several problems. So if we can go further in the collaboration with these organizations, then the stress or burden on our KVK will reduce with time. And the third is, sir, the mapping of solutions and technology is very much necessary because these some are ready, which can be scaled up, but few are there where we need to evaluate and calibrate also as per the existing situations of our farmers and the field level. And then, sir, I think KVK can identify these which are the technology which is readily available, which they can work with these organizations to for the benefit of the farmer, and the remaining can be associated universities or research organization. They can work on the collaboration and the evaluation of the technology. And the importance of the total outcome of the session, which I thought that, sir, it is time to develop the framework. If we can develop the framework for the convergence of the private extension systems in our public extension systems, because we are working and we are working parallelly, and there is no convergence is not there. Since sir, you are a senior person, so very Dr. Pravda, our DDG, Dr. Ricky Singh sir, these are involved in this program. So if we can develop one framework, and by this framework, this can be then adapted by the different KVKs and these stakeholders like ITC and our media partner in this. So I think they can work together, and that will be helpful also in long term. With this, I'd like to thank you once again, and I am requesting my chairman of this session, if he can include each points if I have missed something. With this, thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar, madam. Thanks for joining and giving concluding remarks. Now, before I pass it on to Madam Rashmi, we have Dr. Kirti Singh sir with us. Kindly give him a big applause. Doyen of Indian agriculture, and you know everything about sir. Now, before I just request Madam Rashmi, I have just a couple of observations to make on the presentations. Very good presentations, very good interventions on incoming agriculture scenario, particularly digitalization of agriculture and agricultural extension. Ye Chopal, I mean, I do not have to explain, I do not have to mention, they are the beginners of value chain management and intervening ICTs at every stage of it. Dr. Shashidhar has made a very good intervention, and he also mentioned the incoming scenario, IT scenario, ICT application scenario from ICT side. I heard ICT is going to promote 4,000 FPOs on their own, and that can be a very good model, very good platform of ICT application. Harveer is a good friend. We know each other for the last couple of decades. And what Harveer mentioned, that there has to be very strong partnership between the institutions on one side and ICT application on the other side, and farmers, linking it to farmers. Farmer scientist interaction was highlight of Harveer's presentation. Harveer also mentioned that market linkages and technology linkages, and how should we direct our ICT efforts to that direction was very important. And Basavaraj made it very clear. Basavaraj says that digital application, through digital application, through data management, big data management, etc. He said that you can go right up to the price discovery, which is ultimate goal of all our efforts to getting a better income to the farmers. Basavaraj is predicting that use of big data, AI, machine learning, engineering, and ICT combination, technology combinations, perhaps will lead us in a better way. Then Sheikh Mira said, he's IRI student, scientist with ICAR system, and now deputation to IFAD Cairo. One of the very good student of extension division said, and his submission was promoting digital application through data centers. And Chel Saab, his submission was that can we promote KVKs as data centers where farmers and farmer organizations can access the database, because the whole digitalization is a database system. He also mentioned that IT platforms and robotics and digital twin kind of technology should be promoted, and they're coming up. I liked the intervention of Balvinderji. I mean, here is the great success story for the farmer organization and custom hiring, and you see the spirit behind it. Their rates are reasonable. Their interventions are very strong. They are working in close collaboration with manufacturers association, so on and so forth. Balvinderji, bahut acha raha aapka. So, Madam Rashmi, because otherwise I'll go on, said Madam Rashmi.
Thank you.
And Madam, I mean, this is the kind of scenario is going to come in agriculture. I was talking to Harvinderji, that next decade is technology, ICT, and entrepreneurship. These three will drive the way for agriculture. Rashmi.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I'm really happy coming to this podium to express formal vote of thanks to all the dignitaries and all this audience present here. First of all, let me express my respects and gratefulness to Padma awardee Dr. R.S. Parota Sirji for conceptualizing and initiating this national dialogue along with ICR and Manage. And I also express thanks to DG Manage Dr. Chandrasekhar and our DDG Dr. A.K. Singh from ICR. I also welcome personally Dr. Kirti Singh sir, Pranam sir. Then I also extend my heartful thanks to Dr. Bhagmal and Dr. Umesh Srivastava from and the team from TAAS for diligently looking after the pre-preparations and today finally executing minute-to-minute program over here very effectively. Then I feel privileged to thank our chairperson, Dr. V.V. Sadamate sir. Sir, it is always a learning, and it is my humble, I feel very humble sitting on the dais along with you. You have been our teacher, mentor all the years. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Neelam.
Because he made me to sit here.
Oh, so that part I didn't know. So then I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Neelam Patel as well for co-chairing this session and giving her inputs. And I'm extremely thankful to all the 5 speakers who spoke from the abstract concepts like AI and drone technology and other things, which are still quite, going above from our heads. But then coming back to the other extreme also with Balvinder ji coming out with a, ground reality and how he's keeping 285 members together in an FPO and being an entrepreneur and how he's creating that kind of, social dynamics and also looking after the environmental concerns by urging farmers not to take up the parali burning. Then I express my heartfelt thanks to my colleague, Dr. M.J. Chandragowda, who also we together manage this session as conveners in this national dialogue. And also, Dr. Sab, it has been a long journey since we have been the batchmates. So thank you so much for being here. And last but not the least, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and everyone present in this hall, all the student volunteers and all the TAAS staff and eminent scientists and ladies and gentlemen sitting in the hall here. Thank you so much.
When you see